The Discipline Blueprint. Engineer Your Success. Written and published by MSC Boost. In a culture that glorifies instant gratification and the pursuit of pleasure, the art of discipline has become a lost virtue. Yet, the truth is that discipline is the key to unlocking our full potential and achieving the success we crave. Studies show that individuals with high levels of self-control and grit are more likely to excel in their careers, maintain fulfilling relationships, and lead happier, healthier lives. In fact, research by Angela Duckworth, author of Grit: The Power of Passion and Perseverance, found that self-discipline is a stronger predictor of academic success than AQA, with disciplined students outperforming their peers by as much as 2 full-letter grades. But discipline is not just about academic or professional achievement. It's about taking control of our lives and shaping our destinies according to our deepest values and aspirations. It's about developing the mental toughness and resilience to overcome obstacles, bounce back from setbacks, and persist in the face of adversity. It's about cultivating the habits and routines that support our physical, emotional, and spiritual well-being, and creating an environment that nurtures our growth and potential. Unfortunately, many of us struggle with discipline, often because we've never been taught the practical strategies and mindset shifts needed to make it a consistent part of our lives. We may have limiting beliefs or past experiences that hold us back, or we may simply lack the knowledge and tools to create lasting change. That's where the Discipline Blueprint comes in. This groundbreaking book offers a comprehensive, step-by-step guide to mastering the art and science of personal discipline, drawing on the latest research in psychology, neuroscience, and peak performance. Through engaging stories, practical exercises, and evidence-based strategies, the Discipline Blueprint will show you how to set and achieve meaningful goals, develop unshakable focus and concentration, overcome procrastination and self-doubt, and cultivate the habits and routines that support your success and well-being. You'll learn how to harness the power of your thoughts, emotions, and beliefs to shape your reality, and how to create an environment and support system that fuels your growth and achievement. But the Discipline Blueprint is more than just a collection of tips and techniques. It's a transformative journey of self-discovery and personal mastery that will challenge you to confront your fears, push beyond your perceived limits, and become the best version of yourself. Whether you're an entrepreneur, student, professional, or simply someone who wants to live a more purposeful and fulfilling life, this book will give you the tools and inspiration you need to take control of your destiny and achieve your full potential. So if you're ready to break free from the chains of mediocrity and unlock the power of discipline to transform your life, then the Discipline Blueprint is the book you've been waiting for. Get ready to embark on a life-changing adventure of growth, self-discovery, and achievement as you learn to engineer your success one disciplined step at a time. Chapter 1. Unveiling the Power of Discipline. Discipline. It's a word that often evokes images of strict rules, rigid schedules, and a life devoid of spontaneity. But what if I told you that discipline is the very key to unlocking your full potential and achieving the success you've always dreamed of? Far from being a limitation, discipline is the foundation upon which all great achievements are built. It's the driving force that propels individuals to excel in their fields, overcome obstacles, and create the life they truly desire. Discipline is the bridge between your current reality and the future you envision for yourself. However, the concept of discipline is often misunderstood. Many people view it as an innate trait: you either have it or you don't. They believe that discipline requires immense willpower and self-control, and that it's reserved only for a select few who possess an iron will. But the truth is, discipline is a skill that can be developed and strengthened over time, just like any other muscle in your body. It's not about being perfect or never indulging in life's pleasures. Rather, it's about making consistent, conscious choices that align with your goals and values. Discipline is the art of prioritizing your long-term aspirations over short-term gratification. It's about saying yes to the things that matter most and no to the distractions and temptations that derail your progress. Discipline is the commitment to show up for yourself day after day, even when you don't feel like it. When you cultivate discipline, you gain control over your time, energy, and attention. You develop the ability to focus on what's important and to push through resistance and discomfort in pursuit of your dreams. Discipline allows you to harness your full potential and achieve results you never thought possible. But here's the thing. Discipline isn't a one-size-fits-all proposition. What works for one person may not work for another. That's why this book takes a unique approach to building discipline the blueprint method. Think of discipline as a complex machine with many moving parts and components. Just as an engineer creates a detailed blueprint before constructing a machine, you need a clear plan and framework for developing discipline in your own life. The discipline blueprint is your step-by-step guide to designing and implementing a personalized discipline system that works for you. It takes into account your unique goals, lifestyle, and personality, and provides practical strategies and techniques for building strong habits and achieving consistent results. Throughout this book, we'll delve into the science of habit formation, explore proven time management strategies, and uncover the secrets to creating a truly disciplined lifestyle. You'll learn how to set and achieve meaningful goals, overcome procrastination and self-doubt, and develop the mental toughness needed to persevere in the face of challenges. But this isn't just a collection of tips and tricks. The Discipline Blueprint is a comprehensive framework for personal transformation. It's a roadmap for engineering your own success, one habit and one day at a time. Whether you're an entrepreneur striving to build a thriving business, a student aiming for academic excellence, or simply someone who wants to live a more purposeful and productive life, the principles and strategies in this book will help you unlock your full potential and achieve your most ambitious goals. So if you're ready to take control of your life and engineer your own success, keep reading. The Discipline Blueprint awaits, and the best is yet to come. Chapter 2. The Science of Habit Formation. At the heart of discipline lies the power of habits. Habits are the small, repeated actions and decisions that shape our lives in profound ways. Whether we realize it or not, our habits form the foundation of our daily routines, our relationships, our health, and our overall success. But what exactly is a habit, and how does it work? A habit is essentially an automatic response to a specific cue or trigger. It's a behavior that has been repeated so frequently that it becomes ingrained in our neural pathways, allowing us to perform the action with little conscious thought or effort. Every habit follows a simple three-part structure known as the habit loop. The first component is the cue, the trigger that initiates the habitual behavior. The cue can be anything from a specific time of day, to a particular location, to an emotional state. Next comes the routine, the actual behavior or action that we perform in response to the cue. This is the part of the habit that we're most familiar with, whether it's brushing our teeth, checking our phone, or going for a run. Finally, there's the reward, the positive reinforcement that our brain receives as a result of performing the routine. The reward is what solidifies the habit loop and makes the behavior more likely to be repeated in the future. Understanding this basic structure of habits is crucial for developing discipline and making lasting changes in our lives. By identifying the cues and rewards that drive our current habits, we can begin to consciously design new habit loops that align with our goals and values. One of the most powerful strategies for building new habits is to start small. Many people make the mistake of trying to overhaul their entire lives overnight, setting ambitious goals and making drastic changes to their routines. While this approach may work in the short term, it often leads to burnout and disappointment in the long run. Instead, the key to sustainable habit formation is to focus on tiny, incremental changes that you can stick with over time. By starting with small, manageable actions and gradually building on them, you create a sense of momentum and accomplishment that fuels your motivation to keep going. For example, If your goal is to establish a regular exercise habit, you might start by committing to just 5 minutes of movement per day. 5 minutes may seem insignificant, but the real power lies in the consistency and repetition. By showing up and doing that small action every day, you're building the foundation of a lasting habit. As you gain confidence and build momentum, you can gradually increase the duration and intensity of your habit. But the key is to start small and focus on consistency above all else. Another crucial factor in habit formation is the power of environment. Our surroundings play a significant role in shaping our behaviors and decisions. By designing our environment to support our desired habits, we can make the process of change feel more natural and effortless. This might involve simple tweaks like laying out your workout clothes the night before, keeping healthy snacks readily available, or designating a specific workspace for focused work. By eliminating friction and making your desired habits the path of least resistance, you set yourself up for success. It's also important to recognize that building new habits is not always a linear process. There will be setbacks, obstacles, and moments of weakness along the way. The key is to view these challenges as opportunities for growth and learning, rather than signs of failure. When you slip up or miss a day, don't beat yourself up or abandon your efforts altogether. Instead, treat each moment as a fresh start and recommit to your habit with renewed determination. Remember, progress is more important than perfection. Building disciplined habits is a lifelong process, but the rewards are immeasurable. By understanding the science of habit formation and applying proven strategies for change, you can transform your life one small action at a time. You have the power to shape your destiny through the choices you make and the habits you cultivate. So start small, be consistent, and trust the process. With patience, persistence, and a commitment to continuous improvement, you can engineer your success and create the life you've always envisioned. The science of habit formation is on your side. Now it's up to you to put it into practice. Chapter 3. Setting Smart Goals. Clear, well-defined goals form the bedrock of a disciplined life. Without a specific destination in mind, it's all too easy to drift through life, carried along by the currents of circumstance and the whims of others. But when you take the time to articulate your aspirations and translate them into concrete, actionable goals, you harness the power of focus and intentionality. Not all goals are created equal, however. Vague, unrealistic, or poorly defined goals can actually hinder your progress and lead to frustration and self-doubt. That's where the SMART goal framework comes in, a proven strategy for setting goals that are specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound. Let's break down each component of the SMART framework and explore how you can apply it to your own goal-setting process. Specific. A specific goal is one that is clear, unambiguous, and leaves no room for interpretation. It answers the questions of what, why, and how. Instead of setting a general goal like get in shape, a specific goal might be lose 20 pounds by running 3 times a week and eating a balanced diet. Measurable. A measurable goal is one that can be quantified and tracked over time. It includes concrete criteria for determining progress and success. Measurable goals allow you to monitor your progress, stay motivated, and make adjustments as needed. For example, increase my savings by $500 per month is a measurable financial goal. Achievable. An achievable goal is one that is realistic and attainable given your current resources, skills, and circumstances. While it's important to stretch yourself and push beyond your comfort zone, setting goals that are too far out of reach can be demotivating. An achievable goal strikes a balance between ambition and realism. Relevant. A relevant goal is one that aligns with your broader values, purpose, and long-term vision. It's a goal that matters to you personally and contributes to your overall well-being and success. Relevant goals provide a sense of meaning and direction, and help you prioritize your time and energy. Time-bound. A time-bound goal is one that has a specific deadline or target date. Having a clear timeline creates a sense of urgency and accountability, and helps you break down your goal into manageable steps. For example, launch my business website by September 1st is a time-bound goal that provides a clear target to work towards. By crafting your goals using the SMART framework, you set yourself up for success by ensuring that your goals are clear, focused, and actionable. But the goal-setting process doesn't stop there. To truly harness the power of goals, you need to go beyond simply writing them down and take active steps to integrate them into your daily life. One powerful strategy is to break down your larger, long-term goals into smaller, more manageable milestones. By setting interim targets and celebrating your progress along the way, you maintain momentum and motivation over the long haul. It's also crucial to create a system of accountability and support around your goals. Share your aspirations with trusted friends, family members, or mentors who can offer encouragement and hold you accountable. Consider finding an accountability partner or joining a mastermind group of like-minded individuals working towards similar objectives. Regularly reviewing and adjusting your goals is another key to success. Life is unpredictable, and circumstances can change in unexpected ways. By building in regular check-ins and being willing to adapt your goals as needed, you stay flexible and responsive to new challenges and opportunities. As you work towards your goals, it's important to approach the process with a growth mindset. Embrace challenges as opportunities for learning and development, and view setbacks as temporary obstacles to be overcome. Celebrate your successes, but also take time to reflect on the lessons learned from your failures and missteps. Remember, goal setting is not a one-time event, but an ongoing process of self-discovery and personal growth. By continually clarifying your aspirations, aligning your actions with your values, and taking consistent, focused steps towards your objectives, you develop the discipline and resilience needed to achieve your full potential. The SMART Goal Framework is a powerful tool for bringing structure and clarity to your ambitions. But the true power of goals lies in the daily choices and actions that bring them to life. By setting meaningful, achievable goals and pursuing them with passion and perseverance, you take control of your destiny and engineer your own success, one disciplined step at a time. Chapter 4. Mastering Time Management. Time. It's the one resource that we all share equally, yet so often feel we never have enough of. In a world that's constantly vying for our attention and energy, mastering the art of time management is a critical skill for anyone seeking to live a disciplined, purposeful life. At its core, effective time management is about making conscious, strategic choices about how we allocate our most precious asset. It's about cutting through the noise and distractions to focus on the activities that truly matter, those that bring us closer to our goals and align with our deepest values. One of the most powerful tools for mastering time management is the Eisenhower Matrix. Developed by former US President Dwight D. Eisenhower, this simple framework helps you prioritize tasks and make decisions based on urgency and importance. The matrix is divided into 4 quadrants, each representing a different category of tasks. The first quadrant contains tasks that are both urgent and important, the critical responsibilities and deadlines that require your immediate attention. These are the tasks you tackle first, with full focus and effort. The second quadrant is reserved for tasks that are important, but not urgent, the long-term projects, personal growth activities, and relationship-building efforts that are crucial to your success and well-being, but don't have a pressing deadline. These are the tasks you schedule into your calendar and commit to consistently, even when life gets busy. The third quadrant contains tasks that are urgent, but not important, the interruptions, distractions, and busy work that can consume your time and energy without contributing to your larger goals. These are the tasks you seek to minimize or delegate whenever possible, freeing up more time for truly important work. The fourth and final quadrant is for tasks that are neither urgent nor important the time wasters and trivial activities that add little value to your life or work. These are the tasks you eliminate altogether, creating more space for what matters most. By regularly categorizing your tasks and responsibilities using the Eisenhower matrix, you develop a clearer sense of what truly deserves your time and attention. You learn to say no to the unimportant, delegate what can be done by others, and focus your energy on the high-impact activities that drive real results. But prioritization is just one piece of the time management puzzle. To truly make the most of your time, you also need strategies for optimizing your productivity and minimizing distractions. One highly effective technique is the Pomodoro method, a time management approach that involves working in focused, 25-minute intervals known as Pomodoros, followed by short breaks. By breaking your work into these manageable chunks and giving yourself regular opportunities to reset and recharge, you combat mental fatigue and maintain peak performance throughout the day. Equally important is creating an environment that supports deep, focused work. This means minimizing external distractions like social media notifications, email alerts, and non-essential meetings, as well as learning to manage internal distractions like self-doubt, perfectionism, and procrastination. One strategy for dealing with internal distractions is to practice mindfulness and self-awareness. By regularly checking in with yourself and noticing when your attention has wandered or your energy has dipped, you can gently redirect your focus back to the task at hand. Over time, this practice of mindful attention becomes a powerful habit that enhances your productivity and resilience. As you work to master your time, be sure to also prioritize rest and recovery. Contrary to popular belief, effective time management isn't about working harder or longer hours. It's about working smarter and more strategically. By building regular breaks, self-care practices, and leisure activities into your schedule, you recharge your batteries and show up to your work with greater clarity, creativity, and enthusiasm. Mastering time management is an ongoing practice, not a one-time event. It requires continual self-reflection, experimentation, and adjustment as your goals and circumstances evolve. But by applying proven strategies like the Eisenhower matrix and the Pomodoro method, and by cultivating mindful awareness and intentional focus, you reclaim control of your most valuable resource and unlock your full potential for discipline and success. Time is a gift, one that's yours to shape and invest as you see fit. By approaching each day with purpose, priorities, and a commitment to mastering your minutes, you lay the foundation for a life of meaning, achievement, and authentic success, one well-managed moment at a time. Chapter 5. The Power of Routines. Routines. The very word can evoke a sense of boredom, of mindless repetition, of days blending into an indistinguishable blur. But what if I told you that routines are actually one of the most powerful tools in your discipline toolkit? That by harnessing the power of consistent, intentional habits, you can transform your life in ways you never thought possible. You see, routines are about so much more than just getting things done. They're about creating a sense of structure and predictability in a world that's often chaotic and unpredictable. They're about conserving your mental energy for the things that truly matter, rather than wasting it on the countless small decisions that can drain your willpower throughout the day. When you establish positive, purposeful routines, you lay the groundwork for success in all areas of your life. You create momentum and motivation, as each completed habit becomes a small win that propels you forward. You develop a sense of mastery and control, as you prove to yourself day after day that you're capable of following through on your commitments. But not all routines are created equal. To truly harness the power of habits, you need to be intentional about designing routines that align with your goals, your values, and your unique circumstances. This means taking a close look at your daily patterns and identifying the areas where you can make small but meaningful changes. One of the most impactful routines you can establish is a consistent morning ritual. The way you start your day sets the tone for everything that follows, so it's crucial to begin with intention and purpose. This might involve practices like meditation, journaling, exercise, or goal-setting activities that ground you in the present moment, clarify your priorities, and prime your mind and body for peak performance. Your morning routine doesn't have to be lengthy or complex to be effective. Even just 15-30 minutes of focused, intentional activity can make a profound difference in your energy, focus, and productivity throughout the day. The key is to choose practices that resonate with you personally and that you can commit to consistently, even on days when you're feeling resistance or lack of motivation. Equally important is crafting an evening routine that sets you up for restful, rejuvenating sleep. In today's always-on, hyper-connected world, it's all too easy to let work and digital distractions bleed into your personal time, leaving you feeling wired and overwhelmed when it's time to wind down for the night. By establishing a consistent bedtime routine, you signal to your mind and body that it's time to shift gears and prepare for rest. This might involve practices like stretching, reading, or journaling activities that help you process the events of the day, release any lingering stress or tension, and quiet your mind for deep, restful sleep. As you design your routines, be sure to also build in some flexibility and room for spontaneity. While consistency is key, it's also important to be adaptable and open to change when circumstances require it. If you miss a day or slip out of your routine, don't beat yourself up or abandon the habit altogether. Simply acknowledge the lapse, recommit to your practice, and keep moving forward. The power of routines lies not in their rigidity, but in their ability to create a sense of structure and purpose in your days. By establishing consistent habits that align with your goals and values, you free up your mental energy for the things that matter most. You build momentum and motivation, as each small win becomes a stepping stone to larger success. But perhaps most importantly, routines give you a sense of agency and control in a world that can often feel chaotic and unpredictable. By taking charge of your habits and shaping your days with intention, you reclaim your power to create the life you want, one purposeful, disciplined day at a time. So start small. Choose one or two keystone habits that you can commit to each day, and build from there. Experiment with different practices and rhythms until you find the routines that work best for you. And above all, trust in the cumulative power of consistent, purposeful action to transform your life in ways you never thought possible. Because when you harness the power of routines, you don't just change your days, you change your destiny, one disciplined habit at a time. Chapter 6. Overcoming procrastination. Procrastination. It's the silent killer of dreams, the thief of time and potential. We've all been there, putting off a difficult task, delaying a daunting project, telling ourselves we'll get to it tomorrow, next week, someday. But what starts as a momentary lapse can quickly become a chronic habit, eroding our discipline and sabotaging our success. At its core, procrastination is about avoidance. It's a coping mechanism we use to deal with tasks that we perceive as boring, frustrating, or overwhelming. By putting things off, we temporarily relieve the discomfort and anxiety associated with the task, but at the cost of long-term stress and lost productivity. To overcome procrastination, we need to understand its root causes and develop practical strategies for breaking the cycle of avoidance and inaction. This starts with recognizing the thoughts and behaviors that fuel procrastination in our own lives. One common trigger is perfectionism. When we set unrealistically high standards for ourselves, we can become paralyzed by the fear of not measuring up. We tell ourselves we can't start until we have all the information, all the resources, all the skills we need to do the job perfectly. But perfectionism is a trap, an excuse to avoid the messy, uncomfortable work of getting started and iterating as we go. To combat perfectionism, we need to reframe our thinking. Instead of striving for flawless execution, we can aim for consistent progress. By breaking large tasks into smaller, manageable steps and focusing on incremental gains, we build momentum and confidence. We learn to embrace the process, not just the end result. Fear of failure is another common root of procrastination. When we're faced with a challenging or high-stakes task, It's natural to feel anxious about the possibility of falling short. But when we let that fear dictate our actions or inaction, we rob ourselves of the opportunity to learn, grow, and succeed. To overcome fear of failure, we need to shift our mindset. We can choose to view challenges as opportunities for growth and learning, rather than threats to our ego or self-worth. We can practice self-compassion, treating ourselves with kindness and understanding when we stumble or struggle. And we can redefine failure as feedback, valuable information that we can use to course correct and improve. But perhaps the most insidious form of procrastination is the simple habit of giving in to distraction and temptation. In a world filled with endless entertainment, social media, and other shiny objects competing for our attention, it's all too easy to get sidetracked from our most important work. To combat distraction, we need to be proactive about managing our environment and our impulses. This might mean using website blockers or app limits to prevent mindless browsing, or designating specific times and places for focused work. It might mean learning to recognize and resist the urge to switch tasks or check notifications when we're in the flow of deep work. One powerful strategy for overcoming procrastination in the moment is the 2-minute rule. The idea is simple. If a task will take less than 2 minutes to complete, do it immediately. This could be sending a quick email, making a phone call, or tidying up your workspace. By taking action on these small tasks, you build momentum and create a sense of accomplishment that can carry over into your larger goals. For bigger, more complex tasks, try the 5-minute rule. Set a timer for just 5 minutes and commit to working on the task with full focus for that short period. Often, you'll find that once you get started, it's easier to keep going. And even if you only work for 5 minutes, that's still 5 minutes of progress you wouldn't have otherwise made. Overcoming procrastination is an ongoing practice, not a one-time event. It requires self-awareness, strategic planning, and a willingness to confront discomfort in the service of our goals. But by understanding our own patterns of avoidance and developing practical tools for breaking through resistance, we can reclaim our time, our energy, and our potential. So the next time you find yourself tempted to put off an important task, pause and get curious. What's really driving your reluctance? Is it perfectionism, fear, or distraction? How can you reframe the task in a way that feels more manageable, more meaningful? What small step can you take right now to build momentum? By asking these questions and taking consistent, purposeful action, you'll develop the discipline and resilience to overcome procrastination, not just once, but again and again, as you navigate the challenges and opportunities of your life and work. You'll prove to yourself that you're capable of doing hard things, of pushing through resistance, of showing up for what matters most. And that, more than any single task or project, is the true power of overcoming procrastination. It's about reclaiming your agency, your initiative, your ability to shape your life with intention and purpose. It's about becoming the kind of person who does what they say they'll do, who follows through on their commitments, who brings their full selves to each moment and interaction. So start small. Start now. And trust that each courageous act of facing your procrastination is an investment in the disciplined, purposeful life you're creating, one choice, one task, one moment at a time. Chapter 7. Staying motivated. Motivation. It's the fuel that propels us toward our goals, the spark that ignites our passion and drive. When we're motivated, we feel unstoppable, energized, focused, ready to take on the world. But what happens when that initial burst of enthusiasm starts to fade? When the novelty wears off, the obstacles pile up, and the finish line seems impossibly far away. This is where many of us stumble. We mistake motivation for a feeling, a fleeting emotional state that we can't control or sustain. We wait for inspiration to strike, for the stars to align, for the perfect moment to take action. But the truth is, motivation isn't something we find. It's something we create, day after day, through our choices and actions. To stay motivated over the long haul, we need to understand the different types of motivation and how they work. Psychologists often distinguish between intrinsic and extrinsic motivation. Intrinsic motivation comes from within. It's the inherent satisfaction and enjoyment we get from the activity itself. Think of a hobby or passion that you pursue purely for the love of it, without any external rewards or pressures. Extrinsic motivation, on the other hand, comes from outside sources: rewards, recognition, deadlines, or consequences. This type of motivation can be powerful in the short term, but it's often less sustainable over time. When we rely too heavily on external factors to drive us, we risk losing touch with our deeper reasons for pursuing our goals. To tap into the power of intrinsic motivation, we need to connect our goals to our values and purpose. We need to find the deeper meaning and significance behind our efforts, beyond just the surface-level rewards or outcomes. This means getting clear on why our goals matter to us, how they align with our core beliefs, our desired impact, our vision for our lives. One powerful way to do this is through the practice of connect to why. Before starting a task or project, take a few moments to reflect on your underlying reasons for pursuing it. Ask yourself, why is this important to me? How does this contribute to my larger goals and values? What kind of person will I become through this work? By consistently reconnecting to our deeper why, we fuel our intrinsic motivation and build resilience in the face of challenges. We remind ourselves that our efforts matter, that we're part of something larger than ourselves, that every small step is moving us in the direction of our dreams. Of course, there will still be times when we need a boost of external motivation to keep us going. This is where techniques like accountability, rewards, and social support come in. By sharing our goals with others, creating tangible incentives for progress, and surrounding ourselves with supportive, like-minded people, we create structures that help us stay on track and push through tough times. One especially powerful form of accountability is the use of commitment devices. These are tools or strategies that lock us into a course of action and make it harder to back out or give up. A classic example is signing up for a race or competition by paying the entry fee and telling others about our plan. We create external pressures that motivate us to follow through on our training. Other commitment devices might include setting deadlines with consequences, like donating money to a cause we don't support if we fail to meet a goal, using habit tracking apps that keep us honest and accountable, or joining a mastermind group or accountability partnership where we regularly report on our progress and challenges. The key with any external motivator is to use it strategically, as a supplement to our intrinsic motivation rather than a replacement for it. We want to be careful not to become so reliant on outside factors that we lose touch with our own reasons for pursuing our goals. Ultimately, staying motivated is about creating a virtuous cycle of action and reflection. We take steps toward our goals, no matter how small or imperfect. We celebrate our progress and learn from our setbacks. We reconnect to our deeper why and adjust our strategies as needed. And through this ongoing process, we build the momentum and resilience to keep moving forward, even when the going gets tough. So if you find your motivation flagging, don't wait for lightning to strike. Take one small action right now that moves you closer to your goal. Connect to your deeper why and remind yourself of the meaning and significance behind your efforts. Reach out for support and accountability when you need it, but don't let external factors overshadow your intrinsic drive. Most of all, trust the process. Trust that every choice to show up, to do the work, to stay true to your vision is shaping the disciplined, purposeful life you're creating. Motivation isn't a mystical force that you either have or you don't. It's a muscle you build, a skill you practice, a fire you tend with every small, consistent action. By staying connected to your why, using strategic tools for accountability and support, and taking consistent action even when you don't feel like it, you'll develop the motivation habits to fuel your ongoing growth and success. You'll become the kind of person who follows through, who keeps your promises to yourself, who creates the life you want with intention and determination. And that, more than any single burst of inspiration, is the true secret to staying motivated for the long haul. It's not about perfect consistency or unwavering enthusiasm. It's about showing up again and again and recommitting to what matters most. It's about becoming the person you want to be, one motivated choice at a time. Chapter 8. Developing mental toughness. Mental toughness. It's the intangible quality that separates those who fold under pressure from those who thrive in the face of adversity. It's the inner strength that allows us to push past our perceived limits, to recover from setbacks, to keep moving forward, even when every fiber of our being wants to quit. As a society, we often romanticize mental toughness as an innate gift, something you're either born with or you're not. But the truth is, mental toughness is a skill like any other. It can be developed, strengthened, and honed through deliberate practice and the right strategies. At its core, mental toughness is about resilience, the ability to bounce back from challenges, to adapt to change, to find opportunity in adversity. It's about maintaining a sense of control and perspective, even in the most difficult circumstances, and believing in your ability to handle whatever comes your way. One of the foundational elements of mental toughness is a growth mindset. Coined by Stanford psychologist Carol Dweck, a growth mindset is the belief that your abilities and traits are malleable, that you can improve and develop through effort, learning, and perseverance. In contrast, a fixed mindset sees abilities as static, and innate. You either have what it takes or you don't. Cultivating a growth mindset is crucial for building resilience, because it fundamentally changes how you view challenges and setbacks. Instead of seeing them as threats to your ego or self-worth, you see them as opportunities for learning and growth. You become more willing to take risks, to push yourself outside your comfort zone, to embrace the discomfort that comes with stretching and expanding your capabilities. To develop a growth mindset, start by reframing your self-talk. Notice when you slip into fixed mindset thinking phrases like, "I'm just not good at this," or "I'll never be able to do that." Challenge those limiting beliefs and replace them with growth-oriented statements. "I'm not good at this yet, but I can improve with practice," or "This is challenging, but I'm learning and getting better every day." Celebrate your effort and progress, not just your achievements. Recognize that struggle and setbacks are integral parts of the learning process, not signs of failure or inadequacy. Seek out feedback and mentorship from others who embody a growth mindset, and surround yourself with people who support and encourage your ongoing development. Beyond mindset, mental toughness also requires effective strategies for managing stress and emotions. When we're under pressure or facing adversity, it's easy to get swept up in negative thought patterns and reactive behaviors that undermine our resilience and performance. One powerful tool for regulating stress is the practice of mindfulness. By bringing your attention to the present moment and observing your thoughts and feelings without judgment, you create space between stimulus and response. You become less reactive and more choiceful in how you navigate challenges and setbacks. Mindfulness can take many forms, from formal meditation to simple breath awareness to mindful movement practices like yoga or tai chi. The key is to find a practice that resonates with you and to make it a consistent part of your routine, even if just for a few minutes a day. Emotional agility is another crucial skill for mental toughness. Developed by psychologist Susan David, emotional agility is the ability to navigate your inner world with clarity, acceptance, and purposeful action. It's about learning to recognize and accept your emotions, while still choosing how you want to respond and show up in any given situation. To cultivate emotional agility, start by labeling your emotions with specificity and non-judgment. Instead of getting stuck in vague, globalizing statements like, "I'm so stressed," try to pinpoint the specific emotions you're feeling. "I'm feeling anxious about this presentation and frustrated with my lack of preparation." By naming your emotions, you create distance and perspective. You remind yourself that emotions are temporary, fleeting experiences, not fixed realities. You open up space to choose how you want to respond, rather than being held hostage by your automatic reactions. From there, practice accepting your emotions without being controlled by them. Acknowledge their presence and validity, but don't let them dictate your actions. Ask yourself, what is this emotion trying to tell me? What do I value in this situation? And how can I act in alignment with that? This is the essence of values-based action, the ability to choose behaviors that honor your deepest principles and aspirations, even in the face of difficult thoughts and feelings. It's about developing the courage to show up as your best self again and again, no matter what challenges you face. Of course, mental toughness isn't just about inner skills and strategies. It's also about creating external structures and support systems that foster resilience and growth. This might include building a strong network of mentors, colleagues, and loved ones who believe in you and challenge you to be your best. Designing your physical environment to minimize distractions and optimize focus and productivity. Prioritizing self-care practices like sleep, nutrition, and exercise that fuel your physical and mental well-being. Seeking out learning opportunities and new challenges that stretch you beyond your current capabilities. By combining inner work with outer support, you create a powerful ecosystem for developing mental toughness. You build the capacity to handle stress, adapt to change, and perform at your best, even under the most demanding circumstances. Mental toughness is not about being invincible or impervious to pain. It's about developing the resilience and flexibility to weather life's inevitable storms, to bend without breaking, to find strength in vulnerability, to keep showing up with courage and conviction. It's a lifelong practice, not a static achievement. Every challenge, every setback, every moment of discomfort is an opportunity to flex and strengthen your resilience muscles. And like any muscle, mental toughness grows stronger with consistent use. So embrace the challenges on your path. Lean into the discomfort of growth and change. Cultivate a mindset of curiosity and self-compassion. And surround yourself with people and practices that support your ongoing development. Most of all, trust in your own inner strength. Know that you have what it takes to handle whatever life throws your way, not because you're perfect or invincible, but because you're willing to show up, again and again, with an open heart and a resilient spirit. Mental toughness is not some mystical quality reserved for a select few. It's a learnable, livable skill that we can all develop with practice and intention. By making it a priority in your own life, you'll build the inner strength and outer support to thrive in the face of any challenge and to create a life of purpose, meaning, and limitless growth. Chapter 9. The Art of Focus. Focus. It's the superpower of the 21st century, the secret weapon of peak performers in every field. In an age of constant distraction and information overload, the ability to direct your attention with intention and purpose is more valuable than ever. It's the key to unlocking your full potential, to achieving the depth of insight and quality of output that sets you apart. But what exactly is focus, and why is it so elusive? At its core, focus is the act of concentrating your mental energy on a single task, thought, or goal. It's the ability to filter out the noise and hone in on what's most important, to bring your full awareness and engagement to the present moment. In a state of deep focus, you lose yourself in the flow of the work. Time seems to disappear, distractions fade into the background, and your mind becomes a laser, cutting through problems with clarity and precision. It's in these moments of intense concentration that we do our best work, that we make the breakthroughs and insights that move us forward. The challenge, of course, is that focus doesn't come naturally to most of us. Our brains are wired for distraction, constantly scanning our environment for potential threats or opportunities. In the modern world, those distractions have multiplied exponentially, from the pings and notifications of our digital devices to the endless stream of content vying for our attention. To master the art of focus, we need to be intentional about designing our environment and habits to support deep, sustained concentration. This starts with minimizing external distractions as much as possible. Some strategies to consider: create a dedicated workspace that's free from clutter, noise, and visual distractions. If possible, choose a location that's separate from your living or leisure areas to create a mental boundary between work and rest. Turn off notifications on your devices when focusing on important tasks. Use apps or settings to block distracting websites or apps during designated focus times. Communicate your availability and boundaries to others. Let colleagues, friends, and family members know when you're in focus mode and when you'll be available to respond to messages or requests. Break your work into focus sprints, using techniques like the Pomodoro method: 25 minutes of focused work, followed by a 5-minute break to maintain energy and avoid burnout. But external distractions are only half the battle. To truly master focus, we also need to manage our internal distractions, the wandering thoughts, nagging worries, and competing priorities that pull our attention away from the task at hand. This is where the skill of mindfulness comes in. By training our minds to be present and aware, we build the capacity to notice when our attention has drifted and gently bring it back to the task at hand. We learn to observe our thoughts and emotions without getting caught up in them, to maintain a sense of clarity and perspective even in the midst of mental chatter. Mindfulness can be cultivated through formal practices like meditation, but it can also be integrated into your daily work habits. Here are a few techniques to try. Before starting a focused work session, take a few deep breaths and set an intention for what you want to accomplish. This helps prime your mind for focused attention. When you notice your mind wandering, don't judge or criticize yourself. Simply acknowledge the distraction and gently redirect your attention back to the task at hand. Use physical cues to anchor your attention, like focusing on your breath or the sensations in your body when you feel your mind drifting. Take regular breaks to rest and recharge your mental energy. Stepping away from your work for even a few minutes can help you return with fresh focus and perspective. Beyond mindfulness, focus also requires the ability to prioritize and manage your mental energy. Not all tasks require the same level of concentration, and trying to maintain peak focus for extended periods can lead to burnout and diminishing returns. One powerful framework for prioritizing your focus is the Eisenhower Matrix, named after the former US president. This matrix categorizes tasks into 4 quadrants based on their urgency and importance. 1. Urgent and important. These are the critical tasks that require immediate attention and deep focus. Prioritize these tasks for your peak energy times and minimize distractions. 2. Important but not urgent. These are the proactive, strategic tasks that move you toward your long-term goals. Schedule dedicated time for these tasks and protect that time fiercely. 3. Urgent but not important. These are the distractions and interruptions that can derail your focus. Delegate or streamline these tasks as much as possible, and be selective about which ones truly require your attention. 4. Neither urgent nor important. These are the time wasters and low-value activities that don't contribute to your goals. Eliminate these tasks as much as possible, or save them for times when you need a mental break. By prioritizing your tasks and aligning your focus with your most important goals, you ensure that your mental energy is being directed where it matters most. You avoid the trap of being busy without being productive, and you create the space for deep, meaningful work. Of course, focus isn't just about productivity and output. It's also about the quality of your attention and presence in every area of your life. When you bring your full focus to a conversation, a relationship, or a moment of self-care, you create a deeper sense of connection and fulfillment. The art of focus, then, is really the art of living intentionally. It's about choosing where to direct your precious mental energy, moment by moment, day by day. It's about creating the conditions for deep engagement and flow, and savoring the richness of each experience. Mastering focus is a lifelong practice, but the rewards are immeasurable. By training your mind to be present, prioritizing your goals, and designing your environment for concentration, you tap into a well of clarity, creativity, and insight that most people never access. You become the kind of person who brings your full self to every task, every interaction, every moment. So start small, but start now. Choose one task or goal that matters to you, and give it your full, undivided attention. Notice what it feels like to be fully engaged, fully present. Then build on that feeling, habit by habit, day by day. The world is full of distractions, but your focus is your choice. By cultivating the art of attention, you reclaim your power to create, to connect, to show up fully in every area of your life. And that, more than any external measure of success, is the true gift of a focused mind and heart. Chapter 10. Boost your energy. Energy. It's the fuel that powers our discipline, the vitality that allows us to show up fully in every area of our lives. Without adequate energy, even our best intentions and strategies fall flat. We struggle to focus, to persist, to bring our A game to the challenges and opportunities before us. But what exactly is energy, and where does it come from? In the context of discipline and performance, energy refers to the mental, emotional, and physical resources we have available to invest in our goals and activities. It's the combination of clarity, motivation, and stamina that allows us to engage deeply and consistently with our work and our lives. Our energy levels are influenced by a complex interplay of factors, from the obvious culprits like sleep, nutrition, and exercise to the more subtle influences of stress, emotions, and relationships. To cultivate sustainable, high-performance energy, we need to take a holistic approach that addresses each of these key areas. Let's start with a foundation: sleep. Sleep is the ultimate performance enhancer, the secret weapon of elite athletes, artists, and executives alike. When we sleep, our bodies and minds undergo a profound process of restoration and regeneration, repairing tissues, consolidating memories, and processing emotions. Chronic sleep deprivation, on the other hand, is a surefire recipe for burnout, brain fog, and poor decision-making. Even modest sleep deficits can impair our cognitive function, emotional regulation, and physical resilience, making it harder to show up with the energy and focus our goals demand. To optimize your sleep for peak performance, aim for 7-9 hours of quality rest each night. Create a sleep-supportive environment that's cool, dark, and quiet, and establish a consistent bedtime routine that signals to your body and mind that it's time to wind down. Avoid stimulating activities like screens, caffeine, or intense exercise in the hours before bed, and prioritize relaxation and reflection as you prepare for rest. Nutrition is another critical piece of the energy puzzle. The foods we eat provide the raw materials our bodies need to generate energy, repair tissues, and regulate hormones and neurotransmitters. A diet rich in whole, nutrient-dense foods like vegetables, fruits, lean proteins, and healthy fats can help stabilize blood sugar, reduce inflammation, and support sustained energy throughout the day. On the flip side, a diet heavy in processed, high-sugar foods can lead to energy crashes, cravings, and mood swings that undermine our ability to focus and perform. To keep your energy levels stable and your brain fueled for optimal function, aim to eat balanced, regular meals that emphasize whole, minimally processed ingredients. Hydration is another often overlooked aspect of energy management. Even mild dehydration can cause fatigue, headaches, and difficulty concentrating, while adequate hydration supports mental clarity, physical stamina, and overall well-being. Aim to drink at least half your body weight in ounces of water each day, and more if you're exercising intensely or spending time in hot, humid environments. Exercise, of course, is a non-negotiable component of any high-performance energy plan. Regular physical activity boosts circulation, strengthens muscles and bones, and releases endorphins that improve mood and mental clarity. It also helps regulate sleep, reduce stress, and support healthy brain function over the long term. To reap the energy-boosting benefits of exercise, aim for at least 150 minutes of moderate-intensity activity or 75 minutes of vigorous activity each week, spread across several sessions. Choose activities you enjoy and that fit your lifestyle, whether that's brisk walking, cycling, swimming, strength training, or dance. The key is to make movement a consistent, non-negotiable part of your routine, just like brushing your teeth or getting dressed in the morning. But energy isn't just about physical factors like sleep, diet, and exercise. Our mental and emotional states also play a huge role in our vitality and resilience. Chronic stress, unresolved conflicts, and negative self-talk can all drain our energy and undermine our ability to show up fully in our lives. To cultivate positive, sustainable energy, we need to develop practices that support mental and emotional well-being. This might include techniques like mindfulness meditation, journaling, or therapy to process stress and cultivate self-awareness. It might also involve setting boundaries, communicating assertively, and surrounding ourselves with supportive, uplifting relationships. One powerful framework for managing mental and emotional energy is the concept of energy leaks and energy gains. Energy leaks are the thoughts, behaviors, and interactions that drain our vitality and leave us feeling depleted, while energy gains are the activities and experiences that recharge and inspire us. To plug your energy leaks, start by identifying the people, situations, and thought patterns that consistently leave you feeling drained or negative. This might include toxic relationships, unproductive worry, or self-critical self-talk. Then, develop strategies to minimize or eliminate these drains, whether that means setting firmer boundaries, challenging negative thoughts, or simply avoiding triggering situations when possible. At the same time, cultivate energy gains by prioritizing activities and experiences that leave you feeling energized, inspired, and alive. This might include hobbies, creative pursuits, time in nature, or meaningful conversations with loved ones. Make a list of your top energy gains and schedule them into your week like any other important appointment. The goal is to gradually shift the balance of your mental and emotional energy toward the positive, so that you have more resources available to invest in your goals and relationships. It's not about eliminating stress or negative emotions altogether. That's simply not realistic, but rather developing the resilience and self-awareness to manage them effectively. Ultimately, cultivating high-performance energy is about creating a lifestyle that supports your highest priorities and values. It's about making conscious, consistent choices that align with your goals and your well-being, and building habits that make those choices automatic and effortless over time. This isn't a quick fix or a one-time event, but rather an ongoing practice of self-care, self-awareness, and self-mastery. It requires patience, persistence, and a willingness to experiment and adjust as you go. But the rewards in terms of vitality, clarity, and resilience are more than worth the effort. By optimizing your sleep, fueling your body with nourishing foods, moving regularly, and cultivating positive mental and emotional habits, you lay the foundation for sustainable, high-performance energy. You create the conditions for showing up fully and consistently in every area of your life, with the focus, motivation, and stamina to tackle even the toughest challenges. Energy is the currency of high performance, the fuel that powers our discipline and our dreams. By investing in your own vitality and well-being, you give yourself the greatest gift of all, the capacity to show up as your best self, in service of your highest goals and deepest values. And that, more than any external measure of success, is the true mark of a life well lived. Chapter 11. Mastering Self-Control. Self-control. It's the inner force that allows us to resist temptation, delay gratification, and stay the course in the face of challenges and distractions. It's the key to following through on our commitments, to making choices aligned with our long-term goals and values, even when our short-term impulses pull us in a different direction. But what exactly is self-control, and how does it work? At its core, self-control is about regulating our thoughts, emotions, and behaviors in service of a desired outcome. It's the ability to choose our response to a given situation, rather than simply reacting on autopilot or succumbing to our immediate urges. Self-control operates through a complex interplay of cognitive, emotional, and behavioral processes. When we're faced with a temptation or a challenge to our goals, our brain's reward centers light up, flooding us with feel-good neurotransmitters like dopamine. At the same time, our prefrontal cortex, the part of the brain responsible for planning, decision-making, and impulse control, kicks into gear, helping us weigh the costs and benefits of different courses of action. The catch is that our prefrontal cortex is a relatively new and fragile part of the brain, easily overridden by the more primitive, emotional centers. That's why self-control often feels like an uphill battle. We're fighting against deeply ingrained impulses and habits, and the immediate rewards of giving in can be hard to resist. But the good news is that self-control is a skill that can be developed and strengthened over time, just like a muscle. The more we practice making choices aligned with our goals and values, the easier and more automatic those choices become. We start to build new neural pathways and habits that support our long-term success, and the pull of immediate gratification starts to lose its power. One key to mastering self-control is understanding the nature of willpower. Contrary to popular belief, willpower is not an unlimited resource that we can simply call upon whenever we need it. In fact, research has shown that willpower operates more like a battery. It can be drained by overuse, and it needs to be recharged through rest and self-care. This means that relying on sheer willpower to muscle through temptations and challenges is a losing strategy in the long run. Instead, we need to be strategic about how we use our willpower and create environments and habits that support our goals without requiring constant self-control. One powerful strategy is to create what psychologists call commitment devices, structures, or constraints that make it harder to give in to temptation or stray from our goals. This might include things like blocking distracting websites or apps during work hours, keeping tempting foods out of the house, or only buying them in single-serving portions, scheduling workouts with a friend, so you have an external accountability partner, using apps or tools that track your progress and provide feedback and rewards. By creating external barriers to unwanted behaviors and making desired behaviors easier and more automatic, we conserve our willpower for the times when we really need it. We also reduce the number of decisions we have to make throughout the day, which can be a major drain on our self-control reserves. Along with commitment devices, developing mindfulness and self-awareness is another key to mastering self-control. When we're not paying attention, it's all too easy to slip into automatic patterns of thought and behavior that undermine our goals. We might reach for the cookies without even realizing it, or get sucked into social media for hours on end without making a conscious choice. By practicing mindfulness, the skill of non-judgmental awareness in the present moment, we start to notice these patterns as they arise and create space to choose a different response. We might notice the urge to procrastinate on a difficult task, for example, and instead of automatically giving in, we can take a step back and remind ourselves of our larger goals and values. Self-awareness also helps us identify the triggers and situations that are most challenging for our self-control, so we can develop specific strategies to navigate them. We might realize, for example, that we're more likely to overeat when we're stressed or tired, and create a plan to prioritize self-care and stress management in those moments. It's important to approach the development of self-control with self-compassion and patience. Slips and setbacks are a normal part of the process, and beating ourselves up over them only makes it harder to get back on track. Instead, we can view each challenge as an opportunity to learn and grow, and celebrate the small wins along the way. Mastering self-control is a lifelong practice, but the benefits are well worth the effort. By developing the ability to make choices aligned with our deepest values and goals, we create a sense of agency and empowerment that ripples out into every area of our lives. We become the kind of person who follows through on our commitments, who shows up fully and consistently, even in the face of obstacles and temptations. And perhaps most importantly, we develop a deep trust in ourselves, a knowing that we can handle whatever challenges come our way, and that we have the strength and resilience to stay true to our path, no matter what. We become the architects of our own lives, shaping our reality through the power of our choices and our unshakable commitment to our own growth and potential. So start small, but start today. Choose one area of your life where you want to strengthen your self-control, and identify one small, concrete action you can take to support that goal. It might be as simple as putting your phone in another room during work hours, or taking a few deep breaths before reacting to a frustrating situation. Then build on that momentum, day by day, choice by choice. Celebrate your successes, learn from your challenges, and keep recommitting to the path of growth and self-mastery. Over time, you'll develop a deep reservoir of self-control and inner strength that will serve you in every area of your life. Self-control is the ultimate expression of personal power, the ability to shape our lives and our world through the force of our own will and discipline. By developing this crucial skill, we become the creators of our own reality, the masters of our own destiny. And that, more than any external measure of success, is the true mark of a life lived on our own terms. Chapter 12. The Power of Accountability. Accountability. It's the secret sauce of sustainable change, the catalyst that turns good intentions into consistent action. When we make ourselves answerable to someone else for our commitments and progress, we tap into a powerful motivational force that can help us overcome even the toughest obstacles and challenges. At its core, accountability is about creating external structures and relationships that support our internal goals and values. It's about making our commitments visible and concrete, and enlisting the help of others to keep us on track and moving forward, even when our own motivation falters. Accountability works by leveraging several key psychological principles. First, it creates a sense of social pressure and obligation. When we know that someone else is counting on us to follow through, we're more likely to do so, even if we don't feel like it in the moment. We don't want to let others down or be seen as unreliable, so we push ourselves to keep our word. Second, accountability provides a source of external motivation and encouragement. When we share our goals and progress with others, we open ourselves up to their support, feedback, and celebration. We feel seen and validated in our efforts, and we draw strength and inspiration from the encouragement of those who believe in us. Third, accountability helps us stay focused and on track by creating regular check-ins and milestones. When we know we have to report on our progress to someone else, we're more likely to stay engaged and proactive, rather than letting our goals slip to the back burner. We have a built-in system for reviewing our commitments and adjusting our strategies as needed. So how can we harness the power of accountability in our own lives? There are many different forms and levels of accountability, and the key is to find the ones that work best for our unique goals, personality, and circumstances. One of the most basic forms of accountability is the simple act of sharing our goals and commitments with others. When we tell a friend, family member, or colleague about what we're working towards, we create a sense of social expectation and support. We know that they'll be rooting for us and checking in on our progress, and that awareness can be a powerful motivator to stay on track. To take this a step further, we can create more formal accountability partnerships or groups. This might involve finding a buddy or mentor who shares similar goals, and agreeing to check in with each other regularly to share progress, challenges, and strategies. It could also mean joining or creating a mastermind group or support circle, where a small group of peers meet regularly to provide mutual encouragement and feedback. Accountability partnerships and groups work best when they have a clear structure and set of expectations. This might include agreeing on a regular meeting schedule, setting specific goals and milestones, and establishing norms for communication and support. It's also important to choose accountability partners who are reliable, supportive, and aligned with our values and goals. For some goals and situations, we may benefit from even more formal and structured forms of accountability, such as hiring a coach, trainer, or therapist. These professionals can provide expert guidance, support, and feedback, as well as a built-in system of regular check-ins and progress tracking. They can help us identify blind spots, overcome obstacles, and stay accountable to our highest aspirations. Ultimately, the power of accountability lies in its ability to help us bridge the gap between intention and action, between who we are and who we want to become. When we make ourselves answerable to others for our commitments and progress, we tap into a deep well of motivation, support, and courage that can help us achieve even our most challenging goals. But accountability isn't just about achieving external outcomes, it's also about developing our own inner strength and integrity. When we follow through on our commitments to others, we build trust and respect both with them and with ourselves. We develop a reputation as someone who is reliable, disciplined, and true to their word. Over time, this external accountability can start to become internalized. We develop our own inner sense of accountability, a deep commitment to our own values, goals, and growth. We become the kind of person who does what we say we'll do, not because someone else is watching, but because it's who we are and what we stand for. Of course, accountability isn't a magic wand or a substitute for the hard work of personal growth and change. It's a tool, a powerful one, but still just a tool. To truly harness its potential, we need to use it wisely and in combination with other strategies and mindsets. We need to choose accountability partners and structures that are supportive and aligned with our values, not ones that are punitive or shaming. We need to set goals that are meaningful and realistic, not ones that are imposed by others or disconnected from our own desires and needs. And we need to approach accountability with a spirit of self-compassion and growth, not perfectionism or self-judgment. When we do this, when we embrace accountability as a tool for self-discovery and self-actualization, we tap into a powerful force for transformation. We create the conditions for sustainable, long-term change, and we empower ourselves to become the architects of our own lives. So if you're ready to take your goals and commitments to the next level, consider how you can begin to incorporate more accountability into your life. Start small, but start today. Share your intentions with a trusted friend or colleague. Join or create a support group or mastermind circle. Hire a coach or mentor to guide and challenge you. Most of all, commit to being accountable to yourself, to your own deepest values, aspirations, and potential. Hold yourself to a higher standard of integrity and follow through. Not because someone else expects it of you, but because you expect it of yourself. Accountability is a practice, not a destination. It's a way of being in the world, a way of showing up for ourselves and others with courage, compassion, and commitment. By embracing its power and potential, we become the creators of our own lives, the shapers of our own destiny. And that, more than any external measure of success, is the true reward of a life lived with accountability and integrity. Chapter 13. Overcoming Perfectionism. Perfectionism. It's the silent saboteur of productivity, the enemy of action and progress. When we're in the grip of perfectionism, we hold ourselves to impossibly high standards, believing that anything less than flawless is unacceptable. We nitpick and second-guess every decision, paralyzed by the fear of making a mistake or falling short of our ideals. But here's the thing about perfectionism. It's a mirage, a seductive illusion that keeps us stuck in a cycle of procrastination and self-doubt. No matter how hard we try, we'll never achieve the mythical state of perfection, because perfection doesn't exist. It's a moving target, a horizon that keeps receding the closer we get to it. The pursuit of perfection is not only futile, but it's also counterproductive. When we're so focused on getting every detail just right, we lose sight of the bigger picture. We get bogged down in minutiae, wasting precious time and energy on things that don't really matter. We miss out on opportunities to learn, grow, and make progress because we're too afraid to take risks or put ourselves out there. Perfectionism can also take a serious toll on our mental and emotional well-being. When we tie our self-worth to our ability to meet impossibly high standards, we set ourselves up for chronic stress, anxiety, and burnout. We become our own harshest critics, berating ourselves for every perceived flaw or shortcoming. So how do we break free from the trap of perfectionism and start making real progress towards our goals? The first step is to recognize that perfectionism is a choice, not a reality. It's a mindset that we can consciously choose to let go of, in favor of a more balanced and compassionate approach to our work and our lives. One powerful reframe is to shift our focus from perfection to excellence. While perfection is an unattainable ideal, excellence is a standard that we can strive for and achieve through consistent effort and growth. Excellence is about doing our best with the resources and circumstances we have, not about meeting some arbitrary and unattainable ideal. When we pursue excellence instead of perfection, we give ourselves permission to be human. We accept that mistakes and setbacks are a natural part of the learning process, not a reflection of our worth or competence. We focus on progress, not perfection, and we celebrate our wins and milestones along the way. To cultivate this mindset shift, start by setting realistic and achievable goals for yourself. Instead of aiming for perfection right out of the gate, break your goals down into smaller, more manageable steps. Focus on making consistent progress, rather than holding yourself to an impossible standard of overnight success. It can also be helpful to reframe your relationship with failure and mistakes. Instead of seeing them as evidence of your inadequacy, try to view them as valuable feedback and opportunities for growth. When you encounter a setback or roadblock, ask yourself, what can I learn from this experience? How can I use this feedback to adjust my approach and keep moving forward? Another key strategy for overcoming perfectionism is to practice self-compassion. When you find yourself getting caught up in self-criticism or negative self-talk, take a step back and treat yourself with the same kindness and understanding that you would offer to a good friend. Remind yourself that everyone makes mistakes and experiences setbacks, and that these challenges are a normal and necessary part of the growth process. It can also be helpful to surround yourself with supportive and encouraging people who can help you maintain perspective and stay focused on your goals. Seek out mentors, colleagues, or friends who embody a growth mindset and who can offer guidance and encouragement when you're feeling stuck or discouraged. At the same time, be mindful of the messages and influences you're exposing yourself to. If you find that certain people, environments, or media are triggering your perfectionistic tendencies, it may be time to set some boundaries or limit your exposure. Surround yourself with positive and uplifting messages that reinforce your commitment to growth and self-compassion. Overcoming perfectionism is an ongoing practice, not a one-time event. It requires patience, self-awareness, and a willingness to embrace discomfort and uncertainty. But the rewards of letting go of perfectionistic thinking are immeasurable: greater creativity, productivity, and fulfillment, as well as improved mental health and well-being. As you work to overcome perfectionism, be gentle with yourself. Celebrate your progress and achievements, no matter how small they may seem. Recognize that every step you take towards a more balanced and compassionate approach to your work and your life is a step in the right direction. And above all, remember that your worth is not defined by your achievements or your ability to meet some arbitrary standard of perfection. You are inherently valuable and deserving of love, respect, and compassion, simply by virtue of being human. When you can internalize this truth and let go of the need to prove yourself through perfection, you free yourself up to pursue your goals and dreams with greater ease, joy, and authenticity. Overcoming perfectionism is a lifelong journey, but it's one that's well worth taking. By learning to embrace the messy, imperfect reality of growth and progress, you open yourself up to a world of possibility and potential. You become the kind of person who is willing to take risks, learn from mistakes, and pursue your passions with courage and resilience. So if you find yourself getting caught up in perfectionistic thinking, take a deep breath and remind yourself that perfection is an illusion. Choose excellence over perfection, progress over stagnation. Treat yourself with kindness and compassion, and surround yourself with people and influences that support your growth and well-being. Most of all, trust in the power of consistent effort and incremental progress. Know that every small step you take towards your goals is a victory, and that your worth and potential are not defined by some unattainable standard of perfection. By letting go of perfectionism and embracing the beautiful, messy reality of growth and change, you open yourself up to a life of greater joy, fulfillment, and impact. Chapter 14. The 80-20th Principle. The 80-20th Principle, also known as the Pareto Principle, is a powerful concept that can revolutionize the way you approach your goals and priorities. At its core, the principle states that roughly 80% of effects come from 20% of causes. In other words, a small number of inputs or activities often account for a disproportionately large share of outputs or results. The implications of this principle are profound. It suggests that in any given situation, there are likely a few key factors or actions that have an outsized impact on your success and well-being. By identifying and focusing on these critical few, you can achieve far more with less effort and resources than if you try to tackle everything at once. The 80-20th principle has been observed in a wide range of domains, from business and economics to sports and personal productivity. In business, for example, it's common for 80% of a company's profits to come from 20% of its customers or products. In sports, a small number of elite athletes often dominate the winner's podium, while the vast majority of competitors finish in the middle of the pack. But the 80-20th principle isn't just a curiosity or a statistical quirk. It's a powerful tool for optimizing your time, energy, and attention. By applying the principle to your own life and work, you can identify the high-leverage activities and priorities that will give you the greatest return on investment, and eliminate or delegate the rest. To start applying the 80-20th principle in your own life, begin by taking stock of your current activities and responsibilities. Make a list of everything you do in a typical day or week, from the mundane tasks like checking email and running errands to the high-level projects and goals you're working towards. Next, ask yourself, which of these activities are truly essential to my success and well-being? Which ones are the critical few that account for the majority of my results and impact? These are the activities that you want to prioritize and protect at all costs, even if it means saying no to other demands on your time and attention. One way to identify your 80-20th activities is to use the impact versus effort matrix. This involves plotting each activity on a grid, with impact on one axis and effort on the other. The activities that fall into the high-impact, low-effort quadrant are your 80-20 winners, the ones that give you the biggest bang for your buck. For example, let's say you're an entrepreneur trying to grow your business. You might plot activities like networking, content creation, and product development in the high-impact, low-effort quadrant, while tasks like administrative work and endless meetings fall into the low-impact, high-effort category. By focusing your time and energy on the former and delegating or eliminating the latter, you can dramatically accelerate your progress and results. Of course, applying the 80-20th principle isn't always easy or straightforward. It requires a willingness to be ruthless in your prioritization, and to say no to activities and demands that don't align with your highest goals and values. It also requires a degree of trust and delegation, as you let go of the need to control every aspect of your work and life. But the payoffs of applying the 80-20th principle are immense. By focusing on the critical few, you can achieve more in less time, with less stress and frustration. You can free up space for the activities and relationships that truly matter to you, and eliminate the noise and distractions that keep you from your highest potential. To make the 80-20th principle a habit, Start small and build momentum over time. Each day, ask yourself, what are the one or two most important things I can do today to move the needle on my goals? What are the high leverage activities that will give me the greatest return on my time and energy? Then, commit to prioritizing those activities above all else. Block out time in your schedule, eliminate distractions, and focus your full attention and effort on the task at hand. Celebrate your progress and successes along the way, and use the momentum to tackle even bigger and more impactful 80/20 projects over time. It's important to note that the 80/20 principle isn't about perfection or doing only the most impactful things all the time. There will always be necessary tasks and responsibilities that don't fall into the 80/20 category, but still need to get done. The key is to be strategic in your prioritization and to ensure that you're giving your highest leverage activities the time and attention they deserve. As you continue to apply the 80/20 principle in your life and work, you may find that your priorities and activities shift over time. What was once a high-impact, low-effort task may become less relevant as your goals and circumstances change. The key is to stay flexible and adaptable, and to continuously reassess your priorities and activities through the lens of the 80/20 principle. Applying the 80/20 principle can also help you identify areas of your life where you may be overinvesting time and resources for diminishing returns. For example, you may find that you're spending hours each day on social media or email, but that these activities have little impact on your overall well-being or success. By cutting back on these low-leverage activities, you can free up time and energy for the things that truly matter. The 80/20 principle is a powerful tool for optimizing your life and work, but it's not a magic bullet. It requires discipline, focus, and a willingness to make tough choices and trade-offs. But the rewards of applying the principle are immeasurable: greater clarity, productivity, and fulfillment, as well as a deeper sense of purpose and impact. So if you're ready to take your productivity and performance to the next level, start by embracing the power of the 80/20 principle. Identify your critical few activities and priorities, and focus your time and energy on those that will give you the greatest return on investment. Let go of the rest, and trust in the power of focused, strategic action to propel you towards your goals and dreams. The 80/20 principle is a game changer for anyone who wants to achieve more with less effort and stress. By focusing on the critical few, you can unleash your full potential and create a life of purpose, impact, and joy. So start small, build momentum, and watch as the power of the 80/20 principle transforms your life and work in ways you never thought possible. Chapter 15. Cultivating Keystone Habits. Habits form the bedrock of our daily lives, shaping our actions, thoughts, and ultimately, our destinies. While all habits have the power to influence our outcomes, some habits wield a disproportionate impact on our overall success and well-being. These are what we call keystone habits, the small, strategic choices that set off a domino effect of positive change across multiple areas of our lives. Keystone habits are the foundational practices that help us show up as our best selves, day in and day out. They create a ripple effect of improvement, making it easier to establish and maintain other positive habits and behaviors. By focusing on cultivating a few keystone habits, we can dramatically accelerate our growth and progress towards our goals. The power of keystone habits lies in their ability to shift our self-identity and create a sense of small wins. When we consistently engage in a keystone habit, we start to see ourselves differently as the kind of person who prioritizes their health, productivity, or personal growth. This shift in identity then makes it easier to make choices that align with our new self-image, creating a virtuous cycle of positive change. Keystone habits also help us build momentum and confidence by providing a sense of daily accomplishment. Each time we complete our keystone habit, we experience a small win that reinforces our commitment and motivation. These small wins compound over time, creating a sense of progress and self-efficacy that spills over into other areas of our lives. So what exactly constitutes a keystone habit? The specifics will vary from person to person, depending on their unique goals, values, and circumstances. However, there are a few common characteristics that many keystone habits share. They are small and specific. Keystone habits are typically simple, concrete actions that can be completed in a relatively short amount of time. This makes them easier to integrate into our daily routines and reduces the barriers to getting started. They are high leverage. Keystone habits deliver a strong return on investment, meaning they have a disproportionately positive impact on our overall well-being and success. They create a ripple effect of improvement across multiple domains of our lives. They align with our values and goals. Keystone habits are typically tied to our deepest aspirations and priorities. They help us show up as the kind of person we want to be and make progress towards the things that matter most to us. They are measurable and trackable. Keystone habits are often quantifiable, meaning we can track our progress and celebrate our small wins along the way. This feedback loop helps to reinforce our motivation and commitment over time. Some examples of potential keystone habits might include daily meditation or mindfulness practice, regular exercise or physical activity, morning journaling or goal setting, nightly review and planning for the next day, consistent sleep and wake times, healthy meal planning and preparation, regular social connection and support, focused blocks of deep work or study. The key to identifying your own keystone habits is to reflect on your goals, values, and pain points. What are the areas of your life that you most want to improve or transform? What are the daily practices that would have the greatest positive impact on your overall well-being and performance? What are the small, consistent actions that would help you show up as your best self, day in and day out? Once you've identified a potential keystone habit, the next step is to make it as easy and automatic as possible. This might involve anchoring it to an existing habit or routine, such as meditating immediately after brushing your teeth or doing a quick workout before your morning shower. It might also involve preparing your environment to reduce friction and make the habit more convenient, such as laying out your exercise clothes the night before or keeping a journal and pen on your nightstand. As you start to integrate your keystone habit into your daily routine, be patient and compassionate with yourself. Building a new habit takes time and effort, and there will inevitably be setbacks and challenges along the way. The key is to focus on progress, not perfection, and to celebrate your small wins and efforts along the way. One powerful strategy for reinforcing your keystone habit is to track your progress and celebrate your achievements. This might involve using a habit tracker app, marking off days on a calendar, or simply noting your successes in a journal or planner. By making your progress visible and tangible, you create a sense of momentum and motivation that can help you stay committed over the long haul. It can also be helpful to enlist the support and accountability of others as you work to establish your keystone habit. This might involve joining a community or group of like-minded individuals who are working towards similar goals, or partnering with a friend or family member who can offer encouragement and accountability. By sharing your intentions and progress with others, you create a sense of social support and connection that can help you stay motivated and on track. As you continue to cultivate your keystone habit, be open to tweaking and adjusting your approach as needed. What works for you in one season of life may not be as effective or relevant in another. The key is to stay curious and adaptable, and to continually reassess your habits and routines to ensure they are still serving you and your goals. The power of keystone habits lies in their ability to create a ripple effect of positive change across all areas of our lives. By focusing on a few small, strategic actions that align with our deepest values and aspirations, we set ourselves up for compounding growth and transformation. We develop a sense of self-efficacy and momentum that spills over into every aspect of our lives, from our relationships and work to our health and well-being. Building keystone habits is a lifelong practice, but the rewards are immeasurable. By showing up consistently for the things that matter most, We become the architects of our own lives, shaping our days and our destinies with intention and purpose. We develop the resilience, adaptability, and strength of character to navigate life's challenges and opportunities with grace and grit. So if you're ready to unlock the power of keystone habits in your own life, start small and start today. Identify the 1 or 2 daily practices that would have the greatest positive impact on your overall well-being and success, and commit to making them a non-negotiable part of your routine. Celebrate your progress and efforts along the way, and trust in the cumulative power of small, consistent actions to transform your life in ways you never thought possible. Cultivating keystone habits is a practice of self-mastery and self-care, a way of showing up for ourselves and our highest aspirations with intention and devotion. By building the habits that matter most, we become the kind of people who shape our lives and our world with courage, compassion, and conviction. And that, more than any external measure of achievement, is the true mark of a life well lived. Chapter 16. The Role of Environment. The spaces we inhabit have a profound impact on our thoughts, emotions, and behaviors. From the layout of our homes and workplaces to the people we surround ourselves with, our environment shapes our habits and choices in countless ways, often without us even realizing it. By intentionally designing our surroundings to support our goals and values, we can create a powerful catalyst for positive change and growth. The field of environmental psychology has long recognized the connection between our physical spaces and our mental and emotional well-being. Studies have shown that factors like natural light, color, and even the arrangement of furniture can influence our mood, productivity, and overall sense of satisfaction with our lives. By optimizing our environment to promote focus, calm, and motivation, we set ourselves up for success in all areas of our lives. One key aspect of environmental design is minimizing distractions and temptations that can derail our progress. This might involve decluttering our workspaces to reduce visual and mental clutter, or removing triggers for unhealthy habits like junk food or social media scrolling. By creating an environment that makes it easier to focus on our priorities and resist temptation, we can conserve our willpower and mental energy for the things that matter most. Conversely, we can also use our environment to promote positive habits and behaviors. This might involve setting up a dedicated space for exercise or meditation, or surrounding ourselves with reminders of our goals and aspirations. By making our desired behaviors more convenient and accessible, we reduce the barriers to getting started and increase the likelihood of following through consistently. The role of environment extends beyond just our physical spaces, however. The people we surround ourselves with also have a powerful influence on our habits, attitudes, and outcomes. As the saying goes, you are the average of the 5 people you spend the most time with. By intentionally cultivating relationships with individuals who embody the qualities and behaviors we aspire to, we create a social environment that supports and encourages our growth. This might involve seeking out mentors or role models who have achieved the kind of success or fulfillment we desire, or joining communities or groups of like-minded individuals who share our values and goals. By surrounding ourselves with people who inspire and challenge us to be our best selves, we tap into a powerful source of motivation and accountability. Of course, cultivating a supportive social environment isn't just about seeking out positive influences. It also involves setting healthy boundaries and minimizing exposure to toxic or draining relationships. This might mean learning to say no to commitments or invitations that don't align with our priorities, or distancing ourselves from individuals who consistently undermine our progress or well-being. Creating an optimal environment for success and growth is an ongoing process, not a one-time event. As our goals and circumstances evolve over time, so too must our surroundings and relationships. The key is to stay attuned to the impact our environment is having on our thoughts, emotions, and behaviors, and to make adjustments as needed to ensure we are consistently supported and empowered. To start optimizing your own environment for success, begin by taking stock of your current surroundings and relationships. What aspects of your physical space or social circle are currently supporting your goals and values? And what aspects might be holding you back or draining your energy? What small changes could you make to your home, workplace, or daily routines to promote greater focus, motivation, and well-being? Some specific strategies to consider might include decluttering and organizing your physical spaces to reduce distractions and promote a sense of calm and clarity. Incorporating natural elements like plants, sunlight, and fresh air into your surroundings to boost mood and productivity. Setting up dedicated spaces for specific activities like work, exercise, or relaxation, and using visual cues and reminders to reinforce positive habits. Seeking out mentors, role models, or accountability partners who embody the qualities and behaviors you aspire to, and investing time and energy into nurturing those relationships. Setting clear boundaries around your time, energy, and attention, and learning to say no to commitments or relationships that don't align with your values or goals. Regularly assessing and adjusting your environment and relationships as your needs and priorities evolve over time. As you work to optimize your environment for success, be patient and compassionate with yourself. Creating lasting change takes time and effort, and there will inevitably be setbacks and challenges along the way. The key is to stay focused on progress, not perfection, and to celebrate the small wins and improvements that add up over time. It can also be helpful to approach environmental design with a spirit of curiosity and experimentation. What works for one person may not work for another, and the only way to find out what truly supports and empowers you is to try different strategies and see what resonates. By staying open to feedback and willing to adjust your approach as needed, you create a dynamic and evolving environment that grows and changes alongside you. The power of environment lies in its ability to shape our habits, attitudes, and outcomes, often in subtle and unconscious ways. By intentionally designing our surroundings and relationships to support our highest aspirations and values, we create a fertile ground for growth and transformation. We develop the clarity, focus, and resilience to navigate life's challenges and opportunities with grace and purpose. Optimizing our environment is a lifelong practice, but the rewards are immeasurable. By creating a world that reflects and supports our deepest desires and potential, we become the architects of our own lives, shaping our destiny with every choice and action. We develop the courage and conviction to show up fully and authentically in all areas of our lives, and to create a legacy of positive impact and change. So if you're ready to harness the power of environment in your own life, start small and start today. Identify one area of your surroundings or relationships that you want to optimize for greater success and well-being, and take one concrete action to move in that direction. Trust in the cumulative power of small, consistent improvements to transform your life in ways you never thought possible. Designing our environment for success is an act of self-care and self-empowerment, a way of claiming authorship over our own lives and destinies. By shaping the world around us to reflect our highest selves and aspirations, we become the creators of our own reality, the masters of our own fate. And that, more than any external measure of achievement, is the true mark of a life well lived. Chapter 17. The Art of Saying No. In a culture that glorifies busyness and hustle, saying no can feel like a radical act. We're conditioned to believe that success and worth come from saying yes to every opportunity, request, and demand that comes our way. We fear missing out, disappointing others, or being perceived as selfish or unambitious. But the truth is, learning to say no with grace and conviction is one of the most important skills we can develop for our personal and professional well-being. Saying no is about setting boundaries, defining what matters most to us, and protecting our time, energy, and attention for those priorities. It's about recognizing that every yes to something that doesn't align with our values or goals is a no to something that does. It's about claiming our right to choose how we spend our most precious resources, and trusting that by doing so, we create space for what truly matters. The challenge, of course, is that saying no rarely feels easy or comfortable. We worry about damaging relationships, losing opportunities, or being judged by others. We feel guilty or selfish for putting our own needs and desires first. We second guess ourselves and our priorities, wondering if we're making the right choice. But here's the thing. Saying no is not about being selfish or uncaring. It's about being honest and authentic about what we can and cannot commit to, and trusting that others will respect and appreciate our transparency. It's about recognizing that we cannot be all things to all people, and that by trying to do so, we often end up sacrificing our own well-being and effectiveness. In fact, learning to say no with clarity and kindness can actually strengthen our relationships and reputation. When we communicate our boundaries and priorities clearly and consistently, others learn to trust and respect our word. They know that when we do say yes, we mean it fully and wholeheartedly. They see us as reliable, focused, and committed to our values and goals. So how can we develop the skill and confidence to say no when it matters most? Here are some strategies to consider. Get clear on your priorities and values. The clearer you are about what matters most to you, the easier it becomes to identify and decline requests or opportunities that don't align. Take time to reflect on your deepest goals, aspirations, and non-negotiables, and use these as a compass for your decisions and commitments. Practice saying no in low-stakes situations. Like any skill, saying no gets easier with practice. Start by declining small, inconsequential requests or invitations, and notice how it feels to assert your boundaries and preferences. As you build confidence and comfort, gradually work up to bigger and more significant no's. Use I statements and take ownership. When declining a request or invitation, focus on your own priorities and constraints, rather than blaming or criticizing others. For example, instead of saying, "You always ask me for favors at the last minute," try, "I have a policy of not taking on new commitments with less than 48 hours notice." This keeps the focus on your own needs and boundaries, rather than putting others on the defensive. Offer alternatives or compromises when appropriate. Sometimes, a flat-out no isn't necessary or desirable. If you value the relationship or opportunity, consider offering an alternative or compromise that works better for you. For example, "I can't attend the full conference, but I'd be happy to join for the keynote session and networking dinner." This shows that you're willing to find a mutually beneficial solution, while still honoring your own needs and limits. Be prepared for pushback or discomfort. Not everyone will respond positively to your no, especially if they're used to you saying yes. Some may try to guilt, pressure, or manipulate you into changing your mind. Others may express disappointment, frustration, or even anger. Remember that their reaction is not your responsibility, and that holding firm to your boundaries is an act of self-care and self-respect. Surround yourself with supportive people. As you practice saying no more often, seek out friends, colleagues, and mentors who respect and encourage your boundaries. Surround yourself with people who value your time, energy, and priorities, and who support you in making choices that align with your goals and well-being. Let go of relationships or commitments that consistently drain or deplete you. Celebrate your no's and their positive impact. Every time you say no to something that doesn't serve you, you're saying yes to something that does. Take time to acknowledge and appreciate the benefits of your boundaries, the time and energy you've freed up, the opportunities you've made space for, the self-respect and authenticity you've demonstrated. Celebrate your progress and growth, and use it as motivation to keep practicing and refining your no. Learning to say no is a lifelong practice, but the rewards are immeasurable. By claiming our right to choose what we say yes and no to, we reclaim our power and agency over our lives. We create space for what matters most to us, and we build a life and career that reflects our deepest values and aspirations. Saying no is not about being rigid, inflexible, or uncaring. It's about being intentional, discerning, and true to ourselves. It's about recognizing that our time, energy, and attention are finite and precious resources, and that how we choose to invest them shapes the quality and impact of our lives. Of course, there will be times when saying yes is the right choice, even if it stretches or challenges us. The key is to make those choices consciously and intentionally, with a clear understanding of the costs and benefits. To ask ourselves, is this a hell yes? And to trust our intuition and values to guide us. But more often than not, the most powerful and transformative word in our vocabulary is no. No to the things that drain and deplete us. No to the expectations and demands that don't align with our values and goals. No to the distractions and temptations that pull us away from what matters most. And in saying no to what doesn't serve us, we create space for a resounding, wholehearted yes to what does. We open ourselves up to opportunities, experiences, and relationships that light us up and bring out our best. We build a life of purpose, passion, and authenticity, one intentional choice at a time. So if you're ready to claim your right to say no, start small and start today. Practice setting and communicating your boundaries with kindness and clarity. Surround yourself with people and environments that support and encourage your choices. And trust in the power of your own discernment and agency to shape a life and career that reflects your deepest values and aspirations. Saying no is not a weakness or a flaw, it's a strength and a skill. It's a way of honoring our own needs, desires, and potential, and of creating a world that reflects our highest selves and aspirations. And that, more than any external measure of success or approval, is the true mark of a life well lived. Chapter 18. The Power of Visualization. The human mind is a remarkable tool, capable of shaping our reality in profound and often unconscious ways. Through the power of visualization, the practice of creating vivid mental images of our desired outcomes and experiences, we can harness the creative and transformative potential of our imagination to accelerate our growth, performance, and well-being. Visualization is not just a feel-good exercise or a fanciful indulgence. It's a scientifically validated technique that has been shown to enhance motivation, confidence, and skill acquisition across a wide range of domains, from sports and the arts to business and personal development. By engaging our senses and emotions in a vivid, embodied experience of our goals and aspirations, we prime our minds and bodies for success and activate the neurological and physiological mechanisms that support peak performance. At its core, visualization works by creating a mental blueprint of our desired outcomes, one that we can return to and refine over time. When we visualize ourselves achieving our goals with clarity, specificity, and positive emotion, we begin to build the neural pathways and associations that make those outcomes feel more familiar, accessible, and inevitable. We shift our self-image and beliefs about what's possible for us, and we develop a greater sense of agency and control over our lives. One of the key principles of effective visualization is the use of multisensory imagery. Rather than simply picturing our goals in a detached, abstract way, we want to engage as many of our senses as possible in a vivid, immersive experience. This means not just seeing, but also hearing, feeling, and even smelling and tasting the details of our desired outcomes, as if they were happening in real time. For example, if your goal is to deliver a confident and impactful presentation at work, you might visualize yourself standing tall and grounded on stage, feeling the warmth of the lights and the energy of the audience. You might hear the clarity and conviction in your voice as you deliver your key points, and feel the rush of adrenaline and satisfaction as you nail your closing remarks to enthusiastic applause. The more vivid and visceral the details, the more powerful the impact on your mind and body. As you practice visualization, it's important to focus not just on the end result, but also on the process and journey of getting there. This means visualizing yourself taking the necessary steps and actions to achieve your goals, and encountering and overcoming any obstacles or challenges along the way. By mentally rehearsing the process of success, you build the resilience and adaptability to navigate real-world setbacks and stay committed to your vision. It's also important to engage positive emotion in your visualization practice. While it's natural to feel some nervousness or uncertainty when contemplating big goals or changes. We want to cultivate a sense of excitement, curiosity, and confidence in our ability to achieve them. This means focusing on the benefits and rewards of our desired outcomes and trusting in our own strengths and resources to get there. To get started with visualization, set aside a few minutes each day to practice in a quiet, comfortable space where you won't be disturbed. You might choose to do this first thing in the morning, as part of your goal setting or intention setting ritual, or before bed as a way to prime your subconscious mind for positive dreams and insights. Begin by closing your eyes and taking a few deep breaths, allowing your body and mind to relax and become present. Then, bring to mind a clear, specific image of your desired outcome or experience, whether it's a goal you want to achieve, a skill you want to master, or a quality you want to embody more fully. Engage all of your senses in making the image as vivid and real as possible. Notice the colors, textures, and details of your surroundings. Hear the sounds and conversations happening around you. Feel the sensations and emotions in your body as you take action and achieve your goals with ease and joy. As you hold this image in your mind, allow yourself to fully associate into the experience as if you were living it in real time. Notice how you feel and what you're thinking as you navigate challenges and opportunities with confidence and grace. Allow yourself to fully embody the qualities and characteristics of your best self, and to feel the satisfaction and fulfillment of living in alignment with your deepest values and aspirations. When you're ready, take a few deep breaths and gently open your eyes, allowing the positive feelings and insights from your visualization to carry forward into your day. You might choose to journal about your experience, or to set some specific intentions or action steps based on what you discovered. The more consistently and vividly you practice visualization, the more powerful its effects on your mindset, performance, and well-being. By making it a regular part of your personal growth and development routine, you tap into the incredible creative potential of your mind and harness its power to shape your reality in positive and transformative ways. Of course, visualization is not a substitute for action and hard work. It's a tool to enhance and accelerate them. The key is to use visualization as a complement to, not a replacement for, the consistent effort and discipline required to achieve your goals. When combined with clear intention, strategic planning, and committed action, visualization can be a potent catalyst for growth and success. As with any mental training practice, it's important to approach visualization with patience, curiosity, and self-compassion. Some days, the images and insights will flow easily and vividly. Other days, they may feel harder to access or sustain. Trust that with consistent practice and intention, you are building the mental muscles and pathways that support your success, even if the process feels gradual or subtle at times. The power of visualization lies not just in its ability to clarify and magnetize our goals, but in its capacity to transform our relationship with ourselves and our potential. By regularly experiencing ourselves as the creators and shapers of our own reality, we develop a deep sense of agency, confidence, and trust in our ability to navigate challenges and opportunities with courage and resilience. We become the authors of our own stories, the architects of our own futures. So if you're ready to tap into the incredible power of your mind and accelerate your personal growth and success, start your visualization practice today. Set aside a few minutes each day to vividly imagine and embody your best self and your most inspiring goals. Allow yourself to fully associate into the experience and to cultivate the positive emotions and beliefs that support your success. And as you do, trust in the creative potential of your own imagination to shape your reality in profound and positive ways. Know that with every vivid mental rehearsal, You are priming your mind and body for peak performance and cultivating the clarity, confidence, and resilience to achieve your deepest aspirations. The power of visualization is yours to harness. All you have to do is close your eyes and begin. Chapter 19. Embrace discomfort. Discomfort is an inevitable part of growth and transformation. It's the feeling that arises when we step outside our comfort zone, challenge our assumptions, and stretch ourselves beyond what's familiar and easy. It's the resistance we feel when we take on new challenges, develop new skills, or confront the parts of ourselves that we've been avoiding or denying. And yet, for many of us, discomfort is something to be avoided at all costs. We go to great lengths to minimize risk, uncertainty, and vulnerability in our lives, sticking to what's safe, predictable, and comfortable. We tell ourselves that we'll pursue our goals and dreams when we feel ready, confident, and fully prepared, which, of course, is a recipe for stagnation and self-limitation. The truth is, if we want to grow and evolve as individuals, we need to learn to not only tolerate discomfort, but to actively seek it out and embrace it. We need to recognize that the feelings of fear, doubt, and resistance that arise when we push ourselves out of our comfort zone are not signs that we're on the wrong path, but rather indicators that we're on the right one, that we're taking the necessary steps to expand our capacity and realize our full potential. The science of neuroplasticity has shown that our brains are highly adaptable and capable of change throughout our lives. Every time we learn a new skill, take on a new challenge, or think in a new way, we create new neural connections and pathways in our brains, quite literally rewiring our minds for growth and resilience. But this process of neuroplastical change requires novelty, effort, and yes, discomfort. When we stay within the narrow confines of what's familiar and comfortable, we limit our brain's ability to adapt and grow. We become stuck in old patterns of thinking and behavior, unable to access the creativity, flexibility, and resourcefulness that come from pushing ourselves beyond our perceived limits. We miss out on the sense of accomplishment, confidence, and aliveness that comes from taking on challenges and emerging stronger and wiser on the other side. So how can we learn to embrace discomfort as a catalyst for growth and transformation? Here are some strategies to consider. Reframe discomfort as a sign of progress. Instead of seeing discomfort as something to be avoided or minimized, try to reframe it as an indicator that you're on the right path, that you're taking the necessary steps to grow and evolve. When you feel fear, doubt, or resistance arise, remind yourself that these feelings are a natural and necessary part of the growth process, and that by leaning into them, you're expanding your capacity for resilience and success. Start small and build momentum. Embracing discomfort doesn't mean throwing yourself into the deep end of the pool and hoping for the best. It means starting small, with manageable challenges that stretch you just beyond your current comfort zone, and gradually building up to bigger and bolder risks over time. Focus on taking consistent, incremental steps outside your comfort zone, and celebrate each small victory as a sign of progress and growth. Practice self-compassion and curiosity. Discomfort can be a trigger for self-judgment, criticism, and doubt, all of which can hold us back from taking risks and trying new things. To counteract these tendencies, practice self-compassion and curiosity in the face of discomfort. Remind yourself that everyone struggles and makes mistakes sometimes, and that your worth is not contingent on your performance or outcomes. Get curious about the sensations and emotions that arise when you step outside your comfort zone, and see if you can approach them with openness and non-judgment. Seek out role models and supportive communities. Surrounding yourself with people who are also committed to growth and challenging themselves can be a powerful source of inspiration, encouragement, and accountability. Seek out mentors, peers, and communities who embody the qualities of resilience, courage, and growth mindset, and who can support you in embracing discomfort as a necessary part of the journey. Share your goals and challenges with others, and celebrate each other's progress and learnings along the way. Cultivate a growth mindset. At the core of embracing discomfort is a fundamental shift in mindset from one of fixed traits and abilities to one of growth and development. A growth mindset is the belief that our talents and intelligence are not fixed or innate, but rather can be developed and expanded through effort, learning, and perseverance. When we approach challenges and setbacks with a growth mindset, we see them as opportunities for learning and improvement, rather than as threats to our self-worth or identity. One powerful way to cultivate a growth mindset is through the use of yet statements. Instead of saying, "I can't do this," or "I'm not good at this," try adding the word yet to the end of the sentence. I can't do this yet. I'm not good at this yet. This simple linguistic shift can have a profound impact on our mindset and motivation, reminding us that our current limitations are not permanent or fixed, but rather opportunities for growth and development. As you practice embracing discomfort and cultivating a growth mindset, be patient and compassionate with yourself. Growth is a messy, non-linear process, and there will be setbacks, failures, and moments of doubt along the way. The key is to see these challenges as valuable feedback and opportunities for learning, rather than as indictments of your worth or potential. And as you lean into discomfort and take on new challenges, trust that you have the resilience, resourcefulness, and capacity for growth to handle whatever arises. Know that every time you step outside your comfort zone, you're not just expanding your skills and abilities, but also your sense of what's possible for yourself and your life. The practice of embracing discomfort is not a one-time event, but a lifelong commitment to growth, learning, and self-discovery. It requires courage, vulnerability, and a willingness to let go of the familiar in pursuit of something greater. But the rewards of this practice are immeasurable: a deeper sense of confidence, resilience, and aliveness, and a greater capacity to navigate the complexities and challenges of life with grace and wisdom. So if you're ready to take your growth and potential to the next level, start by leaning into discomfort today. Take one small step outside your comfort zone and see what insights and opportunities arise. Approach the sensations and emotions that come up with curiosity and compassion, and trust in your inherent capacity for learning and adaptation. And as you continue on this path of embracing discomfort, know that you're not alone. That countless others have walked this path before you, and that their courage and resilience light the way for all of us. That by leaning into the discomfort of growth and change, we not only transform ourselves, but also inspire and uplift those around us. Embracing discomfort is not just a personal practice, but a collective one, a way of creating a world that is more courageous, compassionate, and growth-oriented. A world in which we see challenges and setbacks not as threats to be avoided, but as opportunities to learn, evolve, and connect with one another in deeper and more authentic ways. So let us walk this path together, one uncomfortable step at a time. Let us embrace the discomfort of growth and transformation, and trust in the resilience and wisdom that arise from leaning into the unknown. Let us create a world in which discomfort is not something to be feared or avoided, but rather a catalyst for the kind of profound growth and connection that makes life truly worth living. Chapter 20. The importance of rest and recovery. The importance of rest and recovery is often overlooked or devalued. We're taught to push through fatigue, ignore our body's signals for rest, and wear our exhaustion as a badge of honor, as if the measure of our worth is how much we can grind and hustle before we collapse. But the truth is, rest and recovery are not luxuries or indulgences, they're essential components of a disciplined and sustainable approach to personal growth and high performance. Without adequate rest and renewal, we quickly burn out, lose focus, and compromise our physical, mental, and emotional well-being. We become less creative, less resilient, and less able to show up fully and consistently in the areas of life that matter most. The science of rest and recovery is clear. Our bodies and minds require regular periods of downtime and renewal in order to function at their best. This includes not just sleep, although that's certainly a critical component, but also intentional practices of relaxation, reflection, and unplugging from the demands and distractions of daily life. When we prioritize rest and recovery, we give our bodies and minds the space to repair, recharge, and integrate the learnings and experiences of our waking lives. We create the conditions for insight, creativity, and problem solving to emerge, often in unexpected and serendipitous ways. We build our capacity for resilience and adaptability in the face of stress and challenge. One of the key principles of effective rest and recovery is the practice of oscillation, the intentional alternation between periods of focused effort and intentional renewal. This means structuring our days and weeks in a way that balances intensive work and engagement with restorative practices like meditation, yoga, time in nature, or creative pursuits. By building regular, renewal breaks into our schedules, even if just for a few minutes at a time, we interrupt the cycle of chronic stress and overstimulation that can quickly lead to burnout and depletion. We give our bodies and minds the space to reset and recharge, so that we can return to our work and responsibilities with greater clarity, energy, and focus. Another key aspect of effective rest and recovery is the practice of unplugging from the constant stimulation and demands of technology and media. In a world where we're perpetually connected and available, it's all too easy to blur the boundaries between work and rest, and to feel like we're always on and responsive to the needs and expectations of others. By intentionally disconnecting from our devices and digital distractions, even if just for a few hours or a day at a time, we create the space for deeper rest, reflection, and renewal. We give ourselves permission to be unavailable and unresponsive for a period of time, trusting that the world will continue to turn without our constant input and engagement. Of course, the practice of unplugging can be challenging in a world that demands constant connectivity and responsiveness. It requires setting clear boundaries and communicating our needs and intentions to others, whether that's colleagues, clients, or loved ones. It may require negotiating with others to find mutually agreeable times and parameters for disconnection and renewal. But the benefits of unplugging are well worth the effort. By creating intentional spaces of digital detox and disconnection, we reduce the chronic stress and overstimulation that can quickly erode our focus, creativity, and well-being. We create the conditions for deeper rest, reflection, and renewal, and we build our capacity for presence, connection, and purposeful engagement in all areas of our lives. Beyond the practices of oscillation and unplugging, there are countless other strategies and techniques for optimizing our rest and recovery. Some people find great restoration in practices like meditation, mindfulness, or breathwork, all of which have been shown to reduce stress, improve focus, and promote overall well-being. Others find renewal in physical practices like yoga, tai chi, or gentle stretching, all of which can help to release tension, improve circulation, and calm the mind. Still others find great value in creative and expressive practices like journaling, art making, or music, all of which can provide outlets for emotions, insights, and experiences that might otherwise remain stuck or unprocessed. The key is to experiment with different practices and modalities, and to find the ones that resonate most deeply with your own needs, preferences, and lifestyle. Regardless of the specific practices we choose, the importance of prioritizing rest and recovery cannot be overstated. In a world that often equates worth with productivity and achievement, it's all too easy to neglect the essential practices of rest, renewal, and self-care. But when we do so, we not only compromise our own well-being and performance, but we also model an unsustainable and ultimately self-defeating approach to work and life. By contrast, when we prioritize rest and recovery as essential components of a disciplined and purposeful life, we not only enhance our own resilience, creativity, and well-being, but we also inspire and uplift others to do the same. We model a more humane and sustainable approach to work and life, one that honors the natural rhythms and needs of the body and mind, and that recognizes the value of rest and renewal as essential to our overall success and fulfillment. So if you're ready to take your personal growth and performance to the next level, start by prioritizing rest and recovery today. Build regular practices of oscillation, unplugging, and renewal into your daily and weekly routines, and notice how your energy, focus, and resilience begin to shift and expand. Experiment with different practices and modalities, and find the ones that resonate most deeply with your own needs and preferences. And as you do so, know that you're not just optimizing your own well-being and performance, but also contributing to a larger cultural shift towards a more humane and sustainable approach to work and life. Know that by honoring the importance of rest and recovery in your own life, you're inspiring and uplifting others to do the same and creating ripples of positive change that extend far beyond your own individual experience. Rest and recovery are not indulgences or afterthoughts, they're essential practices for anyone who wants to live and work with purpose, passion, and sustainability. By honoring the natural rhythms and needs of the body and mind, and by creating intentional spaces for rest, reflection, and renewal, we not only enhance our own resilience and well-being, but also contribute to a more compassionate and life-affirming world for all. So let us embrace the power and potential of rest and recovery, and trust in the wisdom of slowing down, unplugging, and renewing ourselves in service of our highest goals and deepest values. Let us model a more humane and sustainable approach to work and life, one that honors the essential practices of rest and self-care as key to our overall success and fulfillment. And let us inspire and uplift others to do the same, creating a world in which rest and renewal are valued and celebrated as essential to our shared humanity and collective thriving. Chapter 21. Developing a growth mindset. The way we think about our abilities, talents, and potential has a profound impact on our success and well-being. When we operate from a fixed mindset, the belief that our qualities are static and unchangeable, we limit our own growth and resilience in the face of challenges and setbacks. But when we cultivate a growth mindset, the belief that we can develop and expand our abilities through effort and learning, we open ourselves up to a world of possibility and potential. The concept of growth mindset was pioneered by psychologist Carol Dweck, who has spent decades studying the impact of beliefs on motivation, achievement, and resilience. Through her research, Dweck has shown that individuals with a growth mindset tend to embrace challenges, persist in the face of obstacles, and view failures as opportunities for learning and improvement. By contrast, those with a fixed mindset tend to avoid challenges, give up easily, and view failures as indictments of their own worth or potential. Developing a growth mindset is not about blind optimism or self-delusion. It's about recognizing that our abilities and talents are not fixed or innate, but rather the product of consistent effort, learning, and adaptation. It's about embracing the discomfort and uncertainty of growth, and trusting in our own capacity for resilience and development. One of the key principles of cultivating a growth mindset is reframing our relationship with failure and setbacks. In a fixed mindset, failure is seen as a reflection of our own inadequacy or lack of ability, something to be avoided at all costs. But in a growth mindset, failure is seen as a natural and necessary part of the learning process, an opportunity to gain valuable feedback, insights, and skills that can help us improve and grow. To develop this kind of relationship with failure, we need to practice self-compassion and curiosity in the face of setbacks and challenges. Instead of berating ourselves for our mistakes or shortcomings, we can approach them with a spirit of non-judgment and openness, asking ourselves, what can I learn from this experience? How can I use this feedback to adjust my approach and keep moving forward? We can also cultivate a growth mindset by reframing our self-talk and inner dialogue. When we catch ourselves thinking in fixed or limiting ways, I'm just not good at this, I'll never be able to do that, we can intentionally shift our language to be more growth-oriented and empowering. We can use phrases like, I'm not there yet, but I'm making progress, or this is challenging, but I'm learning and growing with each attempt. Over time, this kind of intentional self-talk can help to rewire our brains for resilience and adaptability, creating new neural pathways that support a growth-oriented mindset and approach to life. We begin to see challenges and setbacks not as threats to our self-worth, but as opportunities for learning, growth, and self-discovery. Of course, cultivating a growth mindset is not a one-time event. but an ongoing practice that requires consistency, self-awareness, and a willingness to step outside our comfort zone. It means seeking out new challenges and experiences that stretch us beyond our current abilities, and embracing the discomfort and uncertainty that come with growth and change. It also means surrounding ourselves with people and environments that support and reinforce a growth-oriented mindset. This might involve seeking out mentors, colleagues, or communities who embody the qualities of resilience, curiosity, and continuous learning, and who can offer guidance, encouragement, and accountability as we navigate the ups and downs of personal and professional growth. At the same time, cultivating a growth mindset requires letting go of comparison and external validation as the primary measures of our worth and potential. In a fixed mindset, we often look to others to define our value and success, constantly measuring ourselves against external benchmarks and standards. But in a growth mindset, we recognize that our own growth and development are the ultimate measures of success, that our potential is not determined by how we stack up against others, but by how far we've come and how much we've learned along the way. Developing a growth mindset is not about achieving perfection or mastery, but about embracing the ongoing process of learning, experimentation, and self-discovery. It's about recognizing that our abilities and talents are not fixed or finite, but rather malleable and expandable through consistent effort and practice. And perhaps most importantly, it's about recognizing that our potential for growth and transformation is not limited by our past experiences, our current circumstances, or the opinions of others. That no matter where we start or what challenges we face, we always have the capacity to learn, adapt, and evolve in ways that support our highest goals and deepest values. So if you're ready to unlock your full potential and cultivate a more resilient, adaptable, and growth-oriented mindset, start by reframing your relationship with failure and setbacks today. Embrace the discomfort and uncertainty of growth, and trust in your own capacity for learning and development. Surround yourself with people and environments that support and reinforce a growth mindset, and let go of comparison and external validation as the primary measures of your worth and potential. And as you continue on this path of personal and professional growth, know that you are not alone, that countless others have walked this path before you, and that their wisdom and resilience light the way for all of us. Know that by cultivating a growth mindset, you are not only transforming your own life and potential, but also inspiring and uplifting others to do the same. Developing a growth mindset is not a linear or predictable process, but a lifelong journey of self-discovery and transformation. It requires patience, self-compassion, and a willingness to embrace the discomfort and uncertainty of growth. But the rewards of this journey are immeasurable: a deeper sense of resilience, adaptability, and purpose, and a greater capacity to navigate the complexities and challenges of life with grace and wisdom. So let us approach the cultivation of a growth mindset with curiosity, openness, and a spirit of continuous learning. Let us embrace the challenges and setbacks as opportunities for growth and self-discovery, and trust in our own capacity for resilience and transformation. And let us inspire and uplift one another along the way, creating a world in which the power of a growth mindset is celebrated and nurtured in all of us. Chapter 22. The power of positive self-talk. The inner dialogue we have with ourselves is one of the most powerful shapers of our reality. The words we use to describe our experiences, the stories we tell about our abilities and potential, the tone and texture of our mental chatter, all of these things have a profound impact on our emotions, behaviors, and outcomes. When we engage in negative, self-critical, or limiting self-talk, we undermine our own confidence, motivation, and resilience. But when we learn to harness the power of positive, supportive, and growth-oriented self-talk, we unlock a wellspring of inner strength and potential that can transform every area of our lives. At its core, positive self-talk is about becoming a good friend to ourselves. It's about treating ourselves with the same kindness, understanding, and encouragement that we would extend to a beloved friend or family member. It's about recognizing that we are all works in progress, and that our missteps and failures are not indictments of our worth, but rather opportunities for learning, growth, and self-discovery. The science of self-talk is clear. The way we talk to ourselves has a direct impact on our performance, well-being, and resilience. Studies have shown that individuals who engage in positive, self-compassionate self-talk are more likely to persist in the face of challenges, bounce back from setbacks, and achieve their goals than those who engage in negative or self-critical self-talk. They also tend to have higher levels of self-esteem, self-efficacy, and overall well-being. So how can we cultivate the habit of positive self-talk? The first step is becoming aware of our current inner dialogue. Many of us have become so accustomed to our negative self-talk patterns that we don't even realize how often we're putting ourselves down or limiting our own potential. We may tell ourselves things like, "I'm so stupid," "I'll never be good enough," or "I always mess things up," without even realizing the impact these words are having on our psyche. To break free from these negative self-talk patterns, we need to practice self-awareness and self-compassion. We need to learn to catch ourselves in the act of negative self-talk, and to interrupt those patterns with more supportive, encouraging, and reality-based messages. This might involve using techniques like thought stopping, where we literally say stop or cancel to ourselves when we notice a negative thought pattern, and then replace it with a more positive or neutral thought. We can also cultivate positive self-talk by intentionally practicing gratitude and self-appreciation. This means taking time each day to acknowledge and appreciate our own strengths, efforts, and accomplishments, no matter how small they may seem. It means focusing on what we're doing well, rather than dwelling on our mistakes or shortcomings. It means treating ourselves with the same grace, forgiveness, and understanding that we would extend to a dear friend. Another powerful way to harness the power of self-talk is through the use of affirmations, short, positive statements that we repeat to ourselves regularly in order to shift our beliefs and attitudes. Affirmations can be customized to address specific areas of self-doubt or negativity, and can be used to reinforce our commitment to our goals and values. For example, if we struggle with self-confidence, we might use affirmations like, "I am capable and worthy of success," or "I trust in my own strengths and abilities." If we tend to be self-critical or perfectionistic, we might use affirmations like, "I am learning and growing with every experience," or "I am enough, just as I am." The key is to choose affirmations that feel authentic and resonant to us, and to repeat them regularly until they become a natural part of our inner dialogue. Of course, cultivating positive self-talk is not about denying or suppressing our negative emotions or experiences. It's not about putting on a fake smile or pretending that everything is perfect all the time. Rather, it's about learning to relate to ourselves with honesty, compassion, and respect, to acknowledge our challenges and struggles, while also recognizing our inherent worth and potential. This means allowing ourselves to feel the full range of our emotions, without judgment or resistance. It means learning to sit with discomfort and uncertainty, knowing that these experiences are a natural and necessary part of growth and change. It means extending ourselves the same grace and understanding that we would offer to a beloved friend going through a difficult time. As we practice positive self-talk and self-compassion, we begin to shift our relationship with ourselves on a fundamental level. We start to see ourselves not as fixed or limited beings, but as works in progress with infinite potential for growth and transformation. We develop a deeper sense of self-trust and self-respect, knowing that we have the resilience and resourcefulness to handle whatever challenges come our way. And perhaps most importantly, we begin to treat ourselves as worthy of love, care, and respect, regardless of our achievements or external circumstances. We recognize that our worth is not conditional on our successes or failures, but is an inherent part of who we are as human beings. We learn to extend ourselves the same kindness, patience, and understanding that we would offer to anyone else we care about. Cultivating positive self-talk is not a one-time event, but a lifelong practice that requires intentionality, self-awareness, and a willingness to challenge our own limiting beliefs and patterns. It means surrounding ourselves with people and environments that support and reinforce our growth and self-compassion, and setting boundaries with those that undermine or deplete us. It means seeking out resources and tools that can help us build the skills of self-awareness, self-compassion, and resilience, whether that's through therapy, coaching, mindfulness practices, or supportive communities. It means being patient and persistent in our efforts, knowing that lasting change takes time and practice. The power of positive self-talk lies in its ability to shape our beliefs, attitudes, and behaviors from the inside out. When we learn to relate to ourselves with kindness, encouragement, and respect, we create a foundation of inner strength and resilience that can weather any storm. We unlock our own infinite potential for growth, healing, and transformation, and we inspire others to do the same through our own example. As we continue on this journey of personal growth and self-discovery, may we hold ourselves with the same love, care, and compassion that we would extend to anyone else we cherish. May we have the courage to face our own limiting beliefs and patterns with honesty and self-compassion, knowing that our struggles and setbacks are not failures, but opportunities for learning and growth. And may we trust in the power of our own positive self-talk to guide us towards a life of greater purpose, meaning, and fulfillment, one kind word at a time. Chapter 23. The Role of Mentors. No one achieves success alone. Behind every great leader, innovator, or changemaker, there is a network of mentors, advisors, and supporters who have guided, challenged, and inspired them along the way. These relationships are not just nice-to-haves, but essential components of a thriving and fulfilling personal and professional life. They provide us with the wisdom, perspective, and accountability we need to navigate the inevitable challenges and opportunities of growth and transformation. At its core, mentorship is about learning from someone who has already walked the path we aspire to follow. It's about tapping into the hard-won insights and experiences of those who have faced similar challenges, made difficult decisions, and come out the other side with greater clarity, resilience, and success. It's about having someone in our corner who believes in our potential, challenges us to stretch beyond our comfort zone, and holds us accountable to our highest goals and values. The benefits of mentorship are well documented. Studies have shown that individuals who have strong mentoring relationships tend to have higher levels of job satisfaction, career advancement, and overall well-being than those who do not. They also tend to be more resilient in the face of setbacks and challenges, and more likely to take risks and pursue ambitious goals. But mentorship is not just about receiving guidance and support, it's also about giving back and paying it forward. When we seek out mentorship, we create opportunities not just for our own growth and development, but also for the growth and development of others. We become part of a larger ecosystem of learning, collaboration, and mutual support that has the power to transform individuals, organizations, and communities. So how can we cultivate meaningful mentoring relationships in our own lives and work? The first step is to get clear on what we hope to gain from mentorship, and what kind of mentor would be the best fit for our needs and goals. This might involve reflecting on our strengths, weaknesses, and areas for growth, as well as the specific skills, experiences, or perspectives we hope to develop through mentorship. It's important to recognize that mentorship can take many different forms, depending on our individual needs and circumstances. Some mentoring relationships are formal and structured, with regular check-ins and established goals and milestones. Others are more informal and organic, emerging naturally from shared interests, values, or experiences. Some mentors may be within our own organizations or fields, while others may come from entirely different domains or walks of life. Some may be senior leaders or experts with decades of experience, while others may be peers or colleagues who bring fresh perspectives and ideas. The key is to seek out mentors who challenge and inspire us, and who are willing to invest time and energy in our growth and development. Once we have identified potential mentors, the next step is to reach out and initiate a conversation. This can feel intimidating or awkward at first, especially if we are seeking mentorship from someone we admire or respect. But it's important to remember that most people are flattered to be asked for their guidance and support, and are happy to share their insights and experiences with others. When reaching out to potential mentors, it's helpful to be specific about what we hope to gain from the relationship and how we think they could help us achieve our goals. We might share a bit about our background, interests, and aspirations, and ask if they would be willing to have a conversation or meeting to explore the possibility of mentorship. It's also important to be respectful of our potential mentor's time and energy, and to approach the relationship with a spirit of humility, curiosity, and appreciation. Mentorship is a two-way street, and we have as much to offer our mentors as they have to offer us. By showing up with enthusiasm, commitment, and a willingness to learn, we create the conditions for a mutually rewarding and enriching relationship. As we cultivate mentoring relationships, it's important to establish clear expectations and boundaries around communication, availability, and confidentiality. This might involve setting regular check-in times, agreeing on preferred modes of communication, and discussing any constraints or limitations on either side. It's also important to be open and honest about our goals, progress, and challenges, and to seek feedback and guidance with an open mind and a willingness to grow. Over time, mentoring relationships often evolve and deepen in unexpected ways. What may start as a relatively formal or transactional relationship can become a source of profound personal and professional growth, as well as a cherished friendship and partnership. By investing in these relationships with intentionality, generosity, and care, we create a powerful support system that can help us weather any storm and achieve our highest aspirations. Of course, cultivating mentoring relationships is not always easy or straightforward. It requires vulnerability, humility, and a willingness to step outside our comfort zone and ask for help. It means being open to feedback and constructive criticism, even when it challenges our assumptions or beliefs. It means being willing to put in the time and effort to build trust, rapport, and mutual understanding, even when the demands of work and life feel overwhelming. But the rewards of mentorship are immeasurable. By seeking out the wisdom, guidance, and support of those who have gone before us, we accelerate our own learning and growth in powerful ways. We gain access to new ideas, perspectives, and opportunities that we may never have encountered on our own. We develop a deeper sense of purpose, direction, and resilience in the face of challenges and setbacks. If you're ready to take your personal and professional growth to the next level, start by identifying the areas where you could most benefit from mentorship today. Reflect on your strengths, weaknesses, and aspirations, and consider who in your network or beyond might be able to offer guidance, support, or inspiration in those areas. Then, take the brave step of reaching out and initiating a conversation. Share your goals and hopes for the relationship, and ask if they would be willing to explore the possibility of mentorship. Approach the relationship with humility, curiosity, and a commitment to mutual growth and learning, and be open to wherever the journey may lead. The path of mentorship is not always smooth or straightforward, but it is always worth taking. By opening ourselves up to the wisdom, guidance, and support of others, we expand our own capacity for growth, resilience, and impact in ways we never could have imagined. We become part of a larger web of learning, collaboration, and transformation that has the power to change lives, communities, and the world. The role of mentors is not just to impart knowledge or skills, but to help us become the best versions of ourselves. To challenge us to dream bigger, work harder, and lead with greater purpose and impact. To remind us of our own inherent worth, wisdom, and potential, even in the face of doubt or adversity. By seeking out and cultivating these transformative relationships, we not only enrich our own lives and work, but also create ripples of positive change that extend far beyond ourselves. We become the mentors and leaders of tomorrow, passing on the torch of wisdom, guidance, and inspiration to future generations. Chapter 24. Overcoming Fear and Self-Doubt. Fear and self-doubt are the twin enemies of growth and potential. They are the voices in our heads that tell us we're not good enough, smart enough, or capable enough to achieve our dreams and aspirations. They are the limiting beliefs and assumptions that keep us stuck in our comfort zones, afraid to take risks or pursue new opportunities. They are the invisible barriers that hold us back from living our lives to the fullest and making the impact we were born to make. At their core, fear and self-doubt are natural human emotions that evolve to keep us safe from danger and uncertainty. In the face of real threats to our survival or well-being, they can be useful alerts that prompt us to take action or seek safety. But in the modern world, where many of our fears are more psychological than physical, they can become distorted and exaggerated, taking on a life of their own and preventing us from reaching our full potential. The truth is, fear and self-doubt are not objective reflections of reality, but subjective interpretations based on our past experiences, beliefs, and assumptions. They are stories we tell ourselves about what we can and cannot do, who we are and who we are not. And like all stories, they have the power to shape our thoughts, feelings, and behaviors in profound ways. When we buy into the stories of fear and self-doubt, we limit our own possibilities and potential. We hold ourselves back from taking risks, trying new things, and putting ourselves out there in meaningful ways. We miss out on opportunities for growth, connection, and impact, and we rob the world of the unique gifts and contributions we have to offer. But when we learn to recognize and challenge these stories, we open ourselves up to a world of possibility and potential. We develop the courage and resilience to face our fears head-on, and to take bold action in the direction of our dreams and aspirations. We cultivate a deep sense of self-trust and self-compassion, knowing that we have the strength and resourcefulness to handle whatever challenges come our way. So how can we begin to overcome fear and self-doubt in our own lives? The first step is to become aware of the specific stories and beliefs that are holding us back. This means paying attention to the thoughts and feelings that arise when we're faced with a challenge or opportunity, and noticing the patterns and themes that emerge over time. Some common stories of fear and self-doubt might sound like, "I'm not smart/talented/experienced enough to do this. I'll never be able to succeed, make a difference, I'm happy. If I try this and fail, everyone will think I'm a fraud/loser/failure. I don't deserve to have what I want, beloved, successful." These stories are often rooted in past experiences of failure, rejection, or disappointment, and they can feel very real and convincing in the moment. But the truth is, they are just thoughts and beliefs, not objective truths. And like all thoughts and beliefs, they can be questioned, challenged, and replaced with more empowering and realistic ones. One powerful way to challenge fear and self-doubt is through the practice of cognitive reframing. This involves identifying the specific thought or belief that is causing distress, and then looking for alternative interpretations or perspectives that are more balanced, realistic, and empowering. For example, if the fear story is, "I'm not good enough to apply for this job," we might reframe it as, "I may not have all the qualifications they're looking for, but I have valuable skills and experiences that could make me a strong candidate. The only way to find out is to apply and see what happens. Worst case scenario, I'll gain some valuable feedback and learn what I need to work on for next time." By shifting our perspective in this way, we begin to see our fears and doubts as opportunities for growth and learning, rather than insurmountable obstacles. We develop a more resilient and adaptable mindset that allows us to take calculated risks and pursue our goals with confidence and determination. Another powerful strategy for overcoming fear and self-doubt is to focus on taking action, even in the face of uncertainty or discomfort. Often, our fears and doubts are fueled by a lack of clarity or experience, and the only way to gain that clarity and experience is to start taking small, manageable steps in the direction of our goals. This might mean setting a goal to have one networking conversation per week, even if the thought of reaching out to strangers feels intimidating. Or it might mean committing to writing for 30 minutes every day, even if the words feel clumsy or imperfect at first. The key is to focus on the process, not the outcome, and to celebrate each small win along the way. As we take action and gain momentum, our fears and doubts naturally begin to lose their power. We start to see ourselves as capable, resilient, and worthy of success, and we develop a deeper sense of trust in our own abilities and potential. We also start to reframe failure and setbacks as valuable learning opportunities, rather than personal shortcomings or weaknesses. Of course, overcoming fear and self-doubt is not a one-time event, but an ongoing practice that requires patience, self-compassion, and a willingness to step outside our comfort zone. It means surrounding ourselves with supportive and encouraging people who believe in our potential, and seeking out mentors and role models who can offer guidance and perspective along the way. It also means cultivating a growth mindset and recognizing that our abilities and intelligence are not fixed traits, but malleable qualities that can be developed and strengthened over time. By embracing challenges and setbacks as opportunities for learning and growth, we build the resilience and adaptability to weather any storm and pursue our dreams with confidence and determination. Overcoming fear and self-doubt is not about eliminating these emotions altogether, but about developing a healthier and more empowering relationship with them. It's about recognizing that fear and doubt are natural parts of the human experience, but that they don't have to define or limit us. It's about choosing to focus on what we want to create and contribute, rather than what we're afraid of losing or lacking. When we learn to harness the power of our mind and emotions in service of our highest goals and aspirations, we become unstoppable. We develop the courage and resilience to take bold action, even in the face of uncertainty or adversity. We inspire others with our passion, authenticity, and commitment to making a positive difference in the world. Fear and self-doubt may never disappear completely, but they can become our allies and teachers on the path of growth and transformation. They can point us toward the very things that will help us stretch, evolve, and become the best versions of ourselves. They can remind us of our shared humanity and the importance of living with courage, compassion, and purpose. The path of overcoming fear and self-doubt is not an easy one, but it is a worthwhile one. It is the path of claiming our power, our voice, and our rightful place in the world. It is the path of living with authenticity, integrity, and joy, and of making the unique impact we were born to make. Every small step we take in the direction of our dreams is a victory over fear and self-doubt. Every time we choose to show up, speak up, and stand up for what we believe in, we inspire others to do the same. Every act of courage and vulnerability we undertake creates a ripple effect of positive change that extends far beyond ourselves. The world needs more people who are willing to face their fears and doubts with courage and compassion, who are willing to take risks, learn from failure, and keep showing up with an open heart and a curious mind, who are committed to living their truth, serving others, and leaving the world a little better than they found it. May we all find the strength and resilience to be those people, and to support and encourage one another along the way. May we have the courage to face our fears and doubts head on, and to keep taking bold action in the direction of our dreams and aspirations. And may we never forget the immense power and potential that lies within us, just waiting to be unleashed. Chapter 25. The Art of Reflection. The practice of reflection can feel like a luxury or an indulgence. With endless demands on our time and attention, it's easy to get caught up in the whirlwind of activity and lose sight of the bigger picture. We rush from one task or obligation to the next, rarely pausing to consider where we've been, where we're going, or why any of it matters. But reflection is not a luxury, it's a necessity for anyone who wants to live and lead with intention, purpose, and impact. It's the key to gaining clarity, perspective, and self-awareness, and to making meaningful progress towards our goals and aspirations. Without regular reflection, we risk getting stuck in reactive mode, making decisions based on short-term pressures rather than long-term priorities. At its core, reflection is the act of stepping back from the day-to-day grind and taking a broader, more holistic view of our lives and work. It's about hitting the pause button on the constant stream of activity and information, and creating space for introspection, contemplation, and curiosity. It's about asking ourselves the deeper questions that often get lost in the rush of daily life. What's really important to me? What do I want to create, experience, or contribute in this lifetime? What are my unique strengths, values, and passions? And how can I align my actions with them more fully? What patterns or habits are holding me back? And what new possibilities might emerge if I let them go? What lessons have I learned from my successes and failures? And how can I apply them going forward? These questions are not always easy or comfortable to answer, but they are essential for anyone who wants to live with greater intentionality, authenticity, and impact. By regularly reflecting on our experiences, choices, and actions, we develop a deeper understanding of ourselves and the world around us. We gain insight into our own motivations, beliefs, and behaviors, and we start to see new possibilities for growth, change, and transformation. One of the key benefits of reflection is that it helps us identify and learn from our successes and failures. When we're caught up in the day-to-day hustle, it's easy to gloss over our wins and losses, chalking them up to luck, circumstance, or external factors. But by taking time to reflect on what worked and what didn't, we start to see patterns and insights that can inform our future choices and actions. For example, let's say you just wrapped up a major project at work that was both challenging and rewarding. By taking time to reflect on the experience, you might identify specific strategies, skills, or mindsets that contributed to your success, such as effective communication, creative problem solving, or a willingness to take calculated risks. You might also identify areas where you struggled or fell short, such as time management, delegation, or conflict resolution. By consciously reflecting on these insights, you start to develop a more nuanced understanding of your own strengths, weaknesses, and growth edges. You can then use this self-awareness to make more intentional choices in the future, such as seeking out projects that play to your strengths or investing in skills development to address your weaknesses. Over time, this kind of reflective practice can help you become a more effective, resilient, and adaptable leader in all areas of your life. Of course, reflection is not just about looking backwards, it's also about envisioning and planning for the future. By taking time to reflect on our goals, dreams, and aspirations, we gain clarity and focus on what really matters to us. We start to see the bigger picture of our lives and work, and we can make more intentional choices about where to invest our time, energy, and resources. This kind of forward-looking reflection can take many forms, from setting annual or quarterly goals to creating a personal mission statement or vision board. The key is to create regular opportunities for reflection and planning, whether it's a daily journaling practice, a weekly review session, or an annual retreat. By consistently reflecting on our goals and priorities, we develop a stronger sense of purpose and direction. We become more proactive and intentional in our choices and actions, rather than simply reacting to the demands and pressures of the moment. We start to see our lives and work as a creative project, something that we can shape and mold in alignment with our deepest values and aspirations. Of course, the practice of reflection is not always easy or comfortable. It requires us to be honest with ourselves, to confront our own blind spots and limitations, and to take responsibility for our choices and actions. It can bring up feelings of vulnerability, uncertainty, or even shame, especially when we're faced with difficult truths or challenging feedback. But this discomfort is a natural and necessary part of the growth process. By learning to sit with and work through these difficult emotions, we develop greater self-awareness, resilience, and adaptability. We start to see challenges and setbacks as opportunities for learning and growth, rather than threats to our identity or self-worth. To cultivate a regular practice of reflection, it can be helpful to start small and build momentum over time. This might mean setting aside just 5 or 10 minutes a day for journaling, meditation, or quiet contemplation. It might mean scheduling a weekly check-in with yourself to review your goals, priorities, and progress. Or it might mean creating an annual ritual of reflection and planning, such as a personal retreat or vision setting session. The key is to find a rhythm and format that works for you, and to make reflection a non-negotiable part of your daily or weekly routine. Like any skill or habit, reflection gets easier and more natural with practice. Over time, you may find that it becomes an essential part of your personal and professional development, a powerful tool for gaining clarity, perspective, and purpose in all areas of your life. Reflection is not a one-size-fits-all practice, but an ongoing process of self-discovery and self-awareness. It requires curiosity, humility, and a willingness to embrace discomfort and uncertainty in service of growth and transformation. It means being willing to ask the hard questions, to challenge our own assumptions and beliefs, and to stay open to new insights and possibilities. When we commit to a regular practice of reflection, we open ourselves up to a deeper understanding of ourselves, our relationships, and the world around us. We develop greater clarity, purpose, and resilience in the face of life's challenges and opportunities. We become more intentional, authentic, and impactful in our choices and actions, both personally and professionally. The art of reflection is not a destination, but a lifelong journey of growth, learning, and self-discovery. It's a practice that can enrich and transform every aspect of our lives, from our relationships and careers to our health and well-being. It's a powerful tool for living with greater intention, purpose, and impact, and for creating a life and legacy that truly matters. If you're ready to deepen your own practice of reflection, start by setting aside regular time and space for introspection and contemplation. Experiment with different formats and prompts, such as journaling, meditation, or goal setting, and notice what resonates most deeply with you. Seek out resources and mentors who can support and guide you on your journey, and stay open to new insights and possibilities as they emerge. Reflection is a gift that we give ourselves, a way of honoring our own growth, potential, and purpose. It's a practice that can help us navigate the complexities and challenges of life with greater clarity, resilience, and impact. And it's a powerful reminder that our lives and work are always a work in progress, an ongoing invitation to learn, grow, and evolve in service of our highest aspirations and deepest values. Chapter 26. Developing Emotional Intelligence. In a world that often prizes intellect and achievement above all else, the concept of emotional intelligence can seem like a soft skill or a nice-to-have. We're taught to value logical thinking, problem-solving, and expertise, and to view emotions as something to be managed or controlled, rather than embraced or leveraged. But the truth is, emotional intelligence is not just a feel-good idea. It's a critical skill set for anyone who wants to thrive in today's complex and rapidly changing world. At its core, emotional intelligence is the ability to recognize, understand, and manage our own emotions, as well as the emotions of others. It's about developing self-awareness, empathy, and social skills that allow us to connect with others, build strong relationships, and navigate challenging situations with grace and resilience. It's about harnessing the power of our emotions to make better decisions, solve problems more creatively, and lead with authenticity and impact. Research has shown that emotional intelligence is a stronger predictor of success and well-being than traditional measures of intelligence or expertise. People with high emotional intelligence tend to have better relationships, more fulfilling careers, and greater overall life satisfaction than those with lower X scores. They're better able to handle stress, bounce back from setbacks, and adapt to change, both personally and professionally. So what does it take to develop emotional intelligence? The first step is to cultivate self-awareness, the ability to recognize and understand our own emotions as they arise. This means paying attention to our inner world, noticing the thoughts, feelings, and sensations that come up in different situations, and learning to name and differentiate between different emotional states. One powerful tool for developing self-awareness is mindfulness, the practice of bringing our attention to the present moment with curiosity and non-judgment. By learning to observe our thoughts and feelings without getting caught up in them, We start to see them as temporary and fleeting, rather than fixed or defining. We develop a greater capacity for self-reflection and self-regulation, and we start to make more conscious choices about how we respond to different situations. Another key aspect of self-awareness is understanding our own values, strengths, and growth edges. This means taking time to reflect on what really matters to us, what we're naturally good at, and where we have room for improvement. It means being honest with ourselves about our own biases, blind spots, and triggers, and taking responsibility for our own growth and development. As we develop greater self-awareness, we also start to cultivate empathy, the ability to understand and share the feelings of others. Empathy is not about agreeing with everyone or taking on their emotions as our own, but about being able to see things from another person's perspective and respond with compassion and understanding. One way to cultivate empathy is through active listening, the practice of giving our full attention to someone else and seeking to understand their experience, without judgment or interruption. This means putting aside our own agenda or assumptions and being genuinely curious about the other person's thoughts, feelings, and needs. It means asking open-ended questions, reflecting back what we've heard, and showing that we're truly listening and trying to understand. Another way to develop empathy is through perspective, taking the ability to imagine ourselves in someone else's shoes and consider how we might feel or respond in a similar situation. This doesn't mean we have to agree with or condone someone else's behavior, but it does mean trying to understand the underlying motivations, beliefs, and experiences that may be driving it. As we develop greater empathy and social awareness, we also start to build stronger relationships and communication skills. We become better at reading social cues, managing conflicts, and collaborating with others towards shared goals. We learn to express ourselves more clearly and authentically, and to listen deeply to others without getting defensive or reactive. Of course, developing emotional intelligence is not always easy or comfortable. It requires us to confront our own limitations, biases, and growth edges, and to take responsibility for our own emotions and behaviors. It means being willing to have difficult conversations, to apologize when we've made mistakes, and to keep showing up with curiosity and humility, even when things get tough. But the rewards of developing emotional intelligence are immeasurable. When we can harness the power of our emotions to make better decisions, build stronger relationships, and lead with authenticity and impact, we open up a world of possibilities for ourselves and others. We become more resilient, adaptable, and purposeful in the face of life's challenges and opportunities, and we inspire others to do the same. To cultivate emotional intelligence in your own life, start by committing to regular practices of self-awareness and reflection. This might mean setting aside time each day for mindfulness or journaling, or seeking out feedback from trusted friends, colleagues, or mentors. It might mean challenging yourself to have more authentic and empathetic conversations, even when it feels uncomfortable or vulnerable. Look for opportunities to practice perspective taking and empathy in your daily interactions, whether it's with a difficult colleague, a challenging customer, or a loved one going through a tough time. Notice when you're getting triggered or defensive, and try to step back and consider the situation from a different angle. Ask yourself, what might be driving this person's behavior or perspective? How can I respond with curiosity and compassion, rather than judgment or reactivity? Seek out resources and communities that can support you in your emotional intelligence journey, whether it's a workshop or training program, a coaching or therapy relationship, or a peer support group. Surround yourself with people who embody the qualities of self-awareness, empathy, and authentic communication, and who challenge you to keep growing and learning. Most importantly, be patient and compassionate with yourself as you navigate this lifelong process of developing emotional intelligence. Recognize that it's a journey, not a destination, and that setbacks and challenges are a natural part of the growth process. Celebrate your own progress and insights, and stay open to new possibilities and perspectives as they emerge. Emotional intelligence is not a luxury or a nice to have, it's a critical skill set for anyone who wants to thrive in today's complex and rapidly changing world. By cultivating self-awareness, empathy, and authentic communication, we develop the resilience, adaptability, and purposefulness to navigate life's challenges and opportunities with grace and impact. We become the kind of leaders, partners, and changemakers the world needs more of, those who can harness the power of emotions to create positive change, build strong relationships, and inspire others to reach their full potential. The path to emotional intelligence is not always easy, but it is always worthwhile. It is a journey of self-discovery, growth, and transformation, one that enriches and enlivens every aspect of our lives. It is an invitation to show up more fully, authentically, and compassionately in the world, and to create a life and legacy that truly matters. Step into your own emotional intelligence journey today, with courage, curiosity, and an open heart. Trust that every insight, every challenge, every moment of connection is an opportunity to deepen your own self-awareness, empathy, and impact. Know that you are not alone on this path, and that your own growth and transformation ripples out to touch the lives of countless others. The world needs more emotionally intelligent leaders, partners, and changemakers. The world needs more of you, showing up with your whole heart, your whole self, your whole potential. The journey starts now. What step will you take today? Chapter 27. The Power of Gratitude. Gratitude is a simple yet profound practice that has the power to transform our lives from the inside out. When we cultivate a deep sense of appreciation and thankfulness for the gifts and blessings in our lives, we open ourselves up to a greater sense of joy, purpose, and connection. We shift our focus from what we lack to what we have, and we develop a more resilient and positive mindset in the face of life's challenges and uncertainties. The science behind gratitude is clear and compelling. Studies have shown that people who practice gratitude regularly experience a wide range of physical, psychological, and social benefits, including improved mental health and well-being, with lower rates of depression, anxiety, and stress. Greater resilience and ability to cope with adversity and setbacks. Stronger relationships and social connections, with increased feelings of empathy, compassion, and forgiveness. Enhanced self-esteem and self-worth, with a greater sense of accomplishment and purpose. Better physical health outcomes, including improved sleep, reduced inflammation, and stronger immune function. But gratitude is more than just a feel-good practice or a way to boost our own well-being. It is a powerful tool for shifting our perspective and transforming our relationship with the world around us. When we approach life with a grateful heart, we start to see the inherent goodness and abundance that surrounds us, even in the midst of challenges and difficulties. We notice the small moments of beauty and kindness that might otherwise go unappreciated: the warm smile from a stranger, the colorful sunset painting the sky, the laughter of a child at play. We recognize the countless ways in which we are supported and uplifted by others, from the farmers who grow our food to the teachers who inspire our minds to the loved ones who hold us close. Gratitude helps us to reframe our experiences and challenges in a more positive and empowering light. Instead of getting caught up in self-pity or victimhood, we start to see the hidden blessings and opportunities for growth in every situation. We develop a sense of agency and resilience, knowing that we have the inner resources and support to overcome any obstacle or setback. So how can we cultivate a deeper sense of gratitude in our own lives? Here are some simple yet powerful practices to try. Keep a gratitude journal. Set aside a few minutes each day to write down 3 to 5 things you are grateful for. These can be big or small, profound or mundane. The key is to focus on the positive and appreciate the good in your life. Express appreciation to others. Make a habit of thanking the people in your life who make a positive difference, whether it's a coworker who helped you with a project or a partner who cooked you a delicious meal. Let them know how much you value and appreciate them. Practice mindfulness. Take time each day to slow down and fully engage your senses, whether it's savoring a cup of tea, watching the clouds drift by, or listening to the sound of your own breath. Notice the small moments of beauty and wonder that surround you. Reframe challenges as opportunities. When faced with a difficult situation or setback, ask yourself, what can I learn from this experience? How can I grow and develop as a result? Look for the hidden blessings and opportunities for growth in every challenge. Volunteer or give back. One of the most powerful ways to cultivate gratitude is to serve others and make a positive difference in the world. Find a cause or community that resonates with you, and look for ways to contribute your time, talents, or resources. The key to developing a grateful mindset is consistency and intention. Like any habit or skill, gratitude takes practice and repetition to become a natural part of our daily lives. It requires us to be mindful and present, to notice and appreciate the good, even when it's not always obvious or easy. But the rewards of a grateful heart are immeasurable. When we approach life with appreciation and thankfulness, we open ourselves up to a greater sense of joy, purpose, and connection. We become more resilient and adaptable in the face of challenges, knowing that we have the inner resources and support to overcome any obstacle. Gratitude helps us to build stronger and more authentic relationships as we recognize and honor the ways in which others enrich and uplift our lives. It deepens our sense of empathy and compassion as we acknowledge the common humanity and interconnectedness that binds us all. Perhaps most importantly, gratitude helps us to live a life of greater meaning and purpose. When we focus on what we have rather than what we lack, we start to see the inherent abundance and goodness that surrounds us. We recognize that every moment, every breath, every connection is a gift to be cherished and celebrated. Gratitude is not about denying or minimizing the challenges and difficulties we face in life. It is about choosing to focus on what is good and true and beautiful, even in the midst of adversity. It is about cultivating a sense of wonder and appreciation for the miracle of our existence and the countless blessings that fill our days. Gratitude is a practice, a way of being in the world that requires intention, mindfulness, and consistency. It is a lifelong journey of growth and transformation, one that enriches and enlivens every aspect of our lives. It is an invitation to live with greater joy, purpose, and connection, and to create a life and legacy that truly matters. What would it mean to approach your life with a grateful heart? What gifts and blessings might you be overlooking or taking for granted? How might a practice of gratitude transform your relationships, your work, your sense of self and purpose? These are the questions that gratitude invites us to explore, with curiosity, openness, and a willingness to be changed. They are the doorways to a deeper understanding of ourselves and the world around us, and the pathways to a life of greater meaning, joy, and impact. Gratitude is not a destination, but a way of being in the world. It is a choice we make in each moment, to focus on what is good and true and beautiful, even in the face of adversity. It is a practice that requires intention, mindfulness, and consistency, but the rewards are immeasurable. The power of gratitude lies in its ability to shift our perspective, to open our hearts and minds to the inherent goodness and abundance that surrounds us. It is a reminder that even in the darkest of times, there is always something to be grateful for, always a reason to keep going, always a glimmer of hope and possibility. May you find the courage and willingness to cultivate a grateful heart, to notice and appreciate the countless blessings that fill your days. May you approach each moment with wonder, curiosity, and a deep sense of appreciation for the gift of your existence. And may you inspire others to do the same, creating ripples of positive change that extend far beyond yourself. The world needs more grateful hearts, more people who approach life with appreciation, empathy, and a commitment to making a positive difference. The world needs more of you, showing up with your whole self, your whole potential, your whole capacity for joy and connection. Gratitude is the key that unlocks the door to a life of greater meaning, purpose, and fulfillment. It is the practice that transforms us from the inside out, and the pathway to a more just, compassionate, and thriving world for all. May you walk this path with an open heart and a curious mind, knowing that every step, every breath, every moment of gratitude is a gift to be cherished and celebrated. May you trust in the power of appreciation to transform your life and the lives of those around you, one grateful heart at a time. Chapter 28: Overcoming Setbacks and Failures. Setbacks and failures are an inevitable part of any worthwhile pursuit. No matter how well prepared or disciplined we are, there will always be obstacles, challenges, and moments of disappointment along the way. The key to long-term success and fulfillment is not to avoid these experiences altogether, but to develop the resilience, adaptability, and growth mindset to navigate them with grace and wisdom. When we encounter a setback or failure, our first instinct is often to react with frustration, self-blame, or despair. We might see the experience as a reflection of our own inadequacy or worthiness, and feel tempted to give up or retreat into our comfort zone. But these reactions, while understandable, only serve to reinforce a fixed mindset and limit our potential for growth and achievement. The truth is, setbacks and failures are not the opposite of success, but an essential part of the journey towards it. Every challenge we face, every obstacle we overcome, every disappointment we learn from is an opportunity to build our resilience, expand our skills and knowledge, and develop a deeper sense of purpose and commitment to our goals. Reframing setbacks as opportunities for growth is not about sugarcoating or denying the pain and difficulty of the experience. It's about choosing to focus on what we can learn and how we can improve, rather than getting stuck in self-pity or blame. It's about cultivating a sense of curiosity and experimentation, and approaching challenges with a spirit of openness and possibility. One powerful way to reframe setbacks is to ask ourselves empowering questions, such as, what can I learn from this experience? How can I use this challenge to develop new skills or strengths? What opportunities for growth or innovation might be hidden within this setback? How can I adapt my approach or strategy to better meet the needs of the situation? By shifting our focus from the problem to the potential solutions and insights, we open ourselves up to new possibilities and perspectives. We start to see setbacks not as dead ends or failures, but as valuable feedback and guidance on our path to success. Of course, reframing setbacks is not always easy, especially in the heat of the moment. It takes practice, self-awareness, and a willingness to sit with discomfort and uncertainty. Here are some strategies that can help. Practice self-compassion. When we experience a setback or failure, it's easy to fall into self-criticism or blame. But beating ourselves up only makes the situation worse and undermines our ability to learn and grow. Instead, try to extend the same kindness and understanding to yourself that you would to a good friend. Acknowledge the difficulty of the experience and remind yourself that setbacks are a normal and necessary part of the learning process. Seek support and guidance. Setbacks and failures can be isolating and overwhelming, but we don't have to face them alone. Reach out to trusted friends, mentors, or coaches who can offer perspective, encouragement, and guidance. Surround yourself with people who believe in your potential and can help you stay focused on your goals and values. Take action and experiment. While it's important to reflect on and learn from setbacks, it's equally important to take action and keep moving forward. Look for small, manageable steps you can take to address the challenge or explore new possibilities. Approach the situation with a spirit of experimentation and curiosity, and be willing to try new things and adapt your approach as needed. Celebrate progress and milestones. Setbacks and failures can make us feel like we're not making any progress or achieving anything worthwhile. But the truth is, every small step forward is a victory, and every lesson learned is a valuable asset. Take time to acknowledge and celebrate your progress and milestones, no matter how small they may seem. Recognize that growth and success are not linear, but a series of ups and downs, twists and turns. Keep a long-term perspective. In the midst of a setback or failure, it can be easy to lose sight of the bigger picture and our long-term goals and aspirations. But keeping a long-term perspective can help us stay motivated and focused, even in the face of short-term challenges. Remind yourself of your deeper purpose and values, and trust that every experience, even the difficult ones, is helping you grow and develop in important ways. Learn to forgive and let go. Holding on to resentment, regret, or self-blame after a setback or failure only weighs us down and limits our ability to move forward. Practice forgiveness and letting go, both for yourself and others involved in the situation. Recognize that everyone makes mistakes and experiences disappointments, and that holding on to negative emotions only perpetuates suffering. Choose to release the past and focus on the present moment and the opportunities for growth and healing. Overcoming setbacks and failures is a lifelong practice, not a one-time event. It requires patience, self-awareness, and a commitment to ongoing learning and growth. But the rewards of developing resilience and a growth mindset are immeasurable, not just in terms of achieving our goals and aspirations, but in terms of living a life of greater meaning, purpose, and fulfillment. When we approach setbacks and failures with curiosity, compassion, and a willingness to learn and adapt, we open ourselves up to a world of possibility and potential. We start to see challenges not as obstacles to be avoided, but as opportunities for growth and transformation. We develop the inner strength and flexibility to navigate change and uncertainty with grace and wisdom. The path of resilience and growth is not always easy, but it is always worthwhile. Every setback we overcome, every lesson we learn, every moment of self-compassion and forgiveness is a step towards a deeper understanding of ourselves and the world around us. It is a reminder that our worth and potential are not defined by our achievements or failures, but by our willingness to show up, again and again, with an open heart and a curious mind. As you navigate your own setbacks and failures, trust in your own inner wisdom and resilience. Know that every challenge you face is an invitation to grow, to learn, to become more fully yourself. Seek out the support and guidance of others who believe in your potential, and surround yourself with people and environments that nurture your growth and well-being. Take small steps forward, even when the path ahead feels uncertain or overwhelming. Celebrate your progress and milestones, and forgive yourself when you stumble or fall short. Keep your long-term vision and values at the forefront of your mind, and trust that every experience is guiding you towards a greater sense of purpose and fulfillment. Setbacks and failures are not the end of the story, but the beginning of a new chapter. They are the catalysts for growth, resilience, and transformation, and the doorways to a life of greater meaning and impact. Embrace them with curiosity, compassion, and a willingness to learn and adapt, and watch as your own potential unfolds in ways you never could have imagined. The world needs more resilient, growth-oriented individuals who approach challenges with courage, creativity, and compassion. The world needs more of you, showing up with your whole self, your whole heart, your whole capacity for learning and transformation. Trust in the power of setbacks and failures to guide you towards your highest potential and deepest purpose. Know that every challenge you face is an opportunity to become more fully yourself, and to create a life and legacy that truly matters. And never forget that you have within you all the strength, wisdom, and resilience you need to overcome any obstacle and achieve any dream. Chapter 29. The Compound Effect. Success and achievement are rarely the result of a single, momentous event or breakthrough. More often, they are the cumulative product of small, consistent actions taken over time, the compound effect of daily habits, routines, and choices that, while seemingly insignificant in the moment, add up to profound transformation and growth over the long term. The compound effect is a powerful principle that applies to every area of our lives, from our health and relationships to our careers and personal development. It suggests that the key to lasting success and fulfillment is not to focus on the big, dramatic gestures or quick fixes, but to cultivate the small, daily practices that align with our values and goals, and to trust in the power of consistency and perseverance to yield exponential results over time. Think of it like investing in a savings account. If you put away a small amount of money each day, say $10 or $20, it might not seem like much in the short term. But if you keep doing it consistently, day after day, year after year, the compound interest will start to work its magic, and your savings will grow faster than you ever thought possible. The same principle applies to our habits and routines. If we make small, consistent investments in our physical health, such as exercising for 30 minutes a day or eating a nutritious breakfast each morning, the benefits might not be immediately noticeable. But over time, those habits will start to compound, leading to increased energy, vitality, and resilience. If we make small, consistent investments in our relationships, such as expressing gratitude or spending quality time with loved ones each day, the effects might not be dramatic in the moment. But over time, those habits will start to deepen our connections, build trust and intimacy, and create a strong foundation of love and support. If we make small, consistent investments in our personal and professional growth, such as reading for 30 minutes a day or attending a weekly networking event, the results might not be instantaneous. But over time, those habits will start to expand our knowledge, skills, and opportunities, and open up new possibilities for success and fulfillment. The power of the compound effect lies in its ability to transform small, seemingly insignificant actions into profound, life-changing results. It requires patience, persistence, and a willingness to trust in the process, even when progress feels slow or uncertain. It demands a long-term perspective and a commitment to consistent, purposeful action, even in the face of setbacks or challenges. But the rewards of harnessing the compound effect are immeasurable. When we cultivate the habits and routines that align with our deepest values and aspirations, we set in motion a powerful chain reaction of growth and transformation. We start to see progress and momentum in every area of our lives, and we develop a deeper sense of purpose, fulfillment, and joy. To harness the power of the compound effect in your own life, start by identifying the small, daily habits and routines that align with your goals and values. These might be as simple as meditating for 10 minutes each morning, writing in a gratitude journal each night, or taking a brisk walk during your lunch break each day. The key is to choose habits that feel manageable and sustainable, and that you can commit to consistently over time. Don't try to overhaul your entire life overnight, or set unrealistic expectations for yourself. Start small and focus on progress, not perfection. As you start to implement these habits and routines, be patient and persistent. Trust in the power of consistency and compound growth, even when progress feels slow or uncertain. Celebrate your small wins and milestones along the way, and use them as fuel to keep moving forward. When you encounter setbacks or challenges, don't let them derail your progress or discourage you from continuing. Reframe them as opportunities for learning and growth, and use them to refine your approach and strengthen your resilience. Keep your long-term vision and values at the forefront of your mind, and trust that every small action is moving you closer to your goals. Surround yourself with people and environments that support and encourage your growth and development. Seek out mentors, collaborators, and communities that share your values and aspirations, and that can offer guidance, accountability, and inspiration along the way. Make reflection and self-awareness a regular part of your practice. Take time to review your progress and adjust your habits and routines as needed. Notice what's working well and what might need to be tweaked or refined. Stay open to feedback and new insights, and be willing to adapt and evolve as you grow and change. The compound effect is a powerful reminder that our daily choices and actions matter, even when they feel small or insignificant in the moment. Every thought we think, every word we speak, every action we take is shaping our reality and our future in profound and often unconscious ways. When we learn to harness the power of the compound effect, we become the architects of our own lives and destinies. we develop the discipline, focus, and resilience to pursue our highest goals and aspirations, and to create a life of purpose, meaning, and fulfillment. The path of compound growth is not always easy or linear, but it is always worthwhile. Every small step we take, every habit we cultivate, every choice we make is a vote for the person we want to become and the life we want to live. It is an investment in our own potential and a commitment to our own growth and development. As you continue on your own journey of personal and professional growth, keep the power of the compound effect at the forefront of your mind. Trust in the cumulative impact of your daily choices and actions, and stay committed to the habits and routines that align with your deepest values and aspirations. Know that every small victory, every moment of progress, every milestone achieved is a testament to your own resilience, dedication, and potential. Celebrate your wins, learn from your setbacks, and keep moving forward with purpose and determination. The world needs more people who are willing to harness the power of the compound effect in service of their own growth and the greater good. The world needs more leaders, creators, and changemakers who approach each day with intention, discipline, and a commitment to making a positive impact. As you continue to cultivate the habits and mindset of compound growth, know that you are not only transforming your own life, but also inspiring and uplifting others to do the same. Know that your choices and actions have a ripple effect that extends far beyond your own individual experience, and that every small step you take is contributing to a larger vision of a more just, compassionate, and thriving world. The compound effect is a powerful invitation to show up fully and consistently in every area of your life, and to trust in the transformative power of small, purposeful actions taken over time. It is a reminder that success and fulfillment are not destinations to be reached, but ongoing processes of growth, learning, and self-discovery. Embrace the journey of compound growth with curiosity, courage, and a deep sense of purpose. Know that every habit you cultivate, every choice you make, every action you take is shaping the person you are becoming and the impact you are making in the world. And never underestimate the power of small, consistent steps to transform your life and the lives of those around you, one day at a time. Chapter 30. The Art of Consistency. Consistency is the secret sauce of success, the key ingredient that separates those who achieve their goals from those who merely dream about them. It's the ability to show up day after day, week after week, month after month, and put in the work required to make progress, even when motivation wanes or obstacles arise. Consistency is what turns small, incremental gains into massive, transformative results over time. But consistency is not just about repetition or mindless habit. It's about aligning our actions with our values and priorities, and making a conscious choice to invest in the things that truly matter to us. It's about developing the discipline and focus to follow through on our commitments, even when the path ahead is uncertain or challenging. Too often, we approach our goals and aspirations with a burst of enthusiasm and energy, only to fizzle out when the novelty wears off or the going gets tough. We set ambitious resolutions or make grand plans, but fail to put in place the structures and support systems needed to sustain momentum over the long haul. We get distracted by shiny objects or competing priorities, and lose sight of the things that truly light us up and bring us joy. Consistency is the antidote to this cycle of starts and stops, the key to building lasting momentum and achieving meaningful results. When we make consistency a non-negotiable part of our daily lives, we develop the resilience and adaptability to navigate even the toughest challenges and setbacks. We cultivate a sense of purpose and direction that keeps us focused and motivated, even in the face of uncertainty or adversity. But how do we cultivate the art of consistency in a world full of distractions and competing demands? How do we stay committed to our goals and values, even when life throws us curveballs or tempts us with easier, more immediate gratification? Here are some strategies and mindset shifts that can help. Start with your why. Consistency is not about grinding through tasks or checking off boxes. but about aligning our actions with our deepest values and aspirations. Take time to clarify your core purpose and motivation, and use that as a compass to guide your daily choices and priorities. When you have a strong sense of why you're doing what you're doing, it's easier to stay focused and committed, even when the path ahead gets tough. Break big goals into small, manageable steps. Consistency is built through the accumulation of small, daily actions, not through giant leaps or overnight transformations. When setting goals or making plans, break them down into bite-sized, achievable steps that you can tackle on a regular basis. This helps build momentum and confidence, and makes the journey feel less daunting or overwhelming. Create rituals and routines. Consistency thrives on structure and predictability, the daily habits and routines that anchor our lives and keep us grounded. Identify the key practices and behaviors that support your goals and values, and make them a non-negotiable part of your daily or weekly schedule. This might mean setting aside time for exercise, meditation, or creative work, or building in regular check-ins with accountability partners or mentors. Embrace the power of accountability. Consistency is easier when we have the support and encouragement of others who believe in us and hold us accountable to our commitments. Seek out accountability partners, mastermind groups, or coaches who can provide guidance, feedback, and motivation along the way. Make your goals and plans public, and ask for help and support when you need it. Reframe setbacks as learning opportunities. Consistency is not about being perfect or never encountering obstacles, but about how we respond to challenges and setbacks when they arise. When you encounter a roadblock or setback, resist the urge to beat yourself up or give up altogether. Instead, ask yourself, what can I learn from this experience? How can I adjust my approach or strategy to better meet my goals? Use setbacks as opportunities for growth and self-discovery, rather than as evidence of failure or inadequacy. Celebrate progress and milestones. Consistency can feel like a long, slow journey, with progress often happening incrementally, rather than in big, dramatic leaps. That's why it's so important to celebrate the small wins and milestones along the way, and to acknowledge the effort and dedication required to stay the course. Take time to reflect on how far you've come, and to appreciate the growth and learning that comes from showing up consistently over time. Consistency is not about being rigid or inflexible, but about being intentional and purposeful in our actions and choices. It's about developing the discipline and focus to follow through on our commitments, while also maintaining the flexibility and adaptability to adjust course when needed. It's about cultivating a growth mindset that sees challenges and setbacks as opportunities for learning and development, rather than as threats to our identity or self-worth. When we make consistency a core value and practice in our lives, we tap into a deep well of resilience, creativity, and purpose. We develop the capacity to weather storms and navigate uncertainty with grace and grit, knowing that our daily actions are aligned with our deepest values and aspirations. We inspire others with our dedication and follow-through, and we create ripple effects of positive change that extend far beyond ourselves. Consistency is not a one-time event or a finite destination, but a lifelong practice of showing up fully and wholeheartedly for the things that matter most. It's a commitment to our own growth and potential, and to the impact we want to make in the world. It's a powerful reminder that our lives are shaped not by the grand gestures or momentous breakthroughs, but by the small, daily choices and actions that compound over time. As you deepen your own practice of consistency, be patient and compassionate with yourself. Building new habits and routines takes time and effort, and there will inevitably be moments of resistance or setback along the way. Trust that every small step you take, every choice you make to show up consistently, is a powerful investment in your own growth and potential. Consistency is a practice of self-love and self-trust, a way of honoring our own worth and potential, even in the face of doubt or adversity. It's a commitment to our own healing and wholeness, and to the larger vision of a world that works for everyone. It's a reminder that we are all works in progress, and that the journey of growth and transformation is one of consistent, purposeful action, one day at a time. The art of consistency is not about achieving perfection or reaching some final destination, but about embracing the journey of becoming more fully ourselves, in service of our highest values and aspirations. It's about developing the resilience and adaptability to navigate change and uncertainty with grace and purpose, knowing that our daily choices and actions are shaping the world we want to live in. Consistency is a powerful invitation to show up fully and wholeheartedly for our lives, and to trust in the transformative power of small, purposeful steps taken over time. It's a reminder that we are all capable of extraordinary things, if we are willing to do the ordinary work of showing up consistently, day after day. So focus on progress, not perfection, and trust that every small step you take is moving you closer to your goals and aspirations. Surround yourself with people and practices that support and nurture your growth, and stay open to the lessons and insights that arise along the way. Consistency is not just a personal practice, but a collective one, a way of creating a world that is more just, compassionate, and equitable for all. When we show up consistently in our own lives, we inspire and empower others to do the same, creating ripple effects of positive change that extend far beyond ourselves. The path of consistency is one of courage, vulnerability, and trust in ourselves, in the process, and in the larger unfolding of our lives and our world. It's a path that requires patience, persistence, and a willingness to embrace discomfort and uncertainty in service of growth and transformation. Whatever your goals or aspirations may be, know that the power of consistency is always available to you, in every moment and every choice. Know that your daily actions and intentions matter, and that every small step you take is a vote for the person you want to become and the world you want to create. Consistency is not a luxury or a nice to have, but a necessity for anyone who wants to live a life of purpose, impact, and fulfillment. It's a practice that can transform not only our own lives, but the lives of those around us, and the larger systems and structures that shape our world. The invitation is clear. Will you choose to show up consistently for your own growth and potential, and for the healing and transformation of our world? Will you trust in the power of small, purposeful actions to create extraordinary change over time? The choice is yours, in every moment and every breath. May you have the courage and clarity to choose wisely, and to stay true to the highest vision of yourself and the world you want to create. And may the art of consistency be your guide and your companion on the journey ahead. Chapter 31. Developing a Success Mindset. A success mindset is the foundation upon which all achievement is built. It's the inner game of personal growth and transformation, the mental and emotional framework that shapes our beliefs, attitudes, and actions in the face of challenges and opportunities. When we cultivate a success mindset, we develop the resilience, adaptability, and self-assurance to pursue our goals and aspirations with courage and conviction, even in the face of setbacks or uncertainty. At its core, a success mindset is characterized by a few key qualities and beliefs. It's a mindset of growth and possibility, one that sees challenges as opportunities for learning and development, rather than as threats to be avoided or feared. It's a mindset of self-belief and self-efficacy, one that trusts in our own capabilities and potential, even when the path ahead is uncertain or untested. A success mindset is also a mindset of perseverance and grit, one that understands that progress and achievement are rarely linear or predictable, but rather the result of consistent effort and determination over time. It's a mindset that embraces discomfort and risk as necessary parts of the growth process, and that sees failure and setbacks as valuable feedback and opportunities for course correction. Cultivating a success mindset is not about ignoring or denying the very real challenges and obstacles that we face in pursuit of our goals. It's not about blind optimism or wishful thinking, or about pretending that everything is always easy or effortless. Rather, it's about developing the inner resources and strategies to navigate those challenges with resilience, creativity, and purpose. One key aspect of a success mindset is a growth-oriented approach to learning and development. This means seeing our skills, talents, and abilities not as fixed or static traits, but as malleable qualities that can be cultivated and expanded through deliberate practice and effort. It means embracing the discomfort and vulnerability of being a beginner, and trusting that our capacity for growth and improvement is always available to us. To cultivate a growth mindset, we need to reframe our relationship with failure and setbacks. Instead of seeing them as indictments of our worth or capabilities, we can choose to view them as valuable opportunities for learning and course correction. We can adopt an attitude of curiosity and experimentation, and approach challenges with a spirit of playfulness and possibility. We can also cultivate a growth mindset by seeking out new experiences and perspectives that stretch us beyond our current comfort zones. This might mean taking on a new project or responsibility at work, enrolling in a course or workshop to develop a new skill, or seeking out mentors and role models who embody the qualities and mindsets we wish to cultivate in ourselves. Another key aspect of a success mindset is a strong sense of self-belief and self-assurance. This means having faith in our own capabilities and potential, even in the face of doubt or uncertainty. It means trusting that we have the resources and resilience to handle whatever challenges come our way, and that our goals and aspirations are worthy of our time and energy. To cultivate self-belief, we need to develop a practice of self-awareness and self-reflection. This means taking time to clarify our values, strengths, and priorities, and aligning our actions and choices with those deeper truths. It means paying attention to our inner dialogue and self-talk, and choosing to focus on the thoughts and beliefs that empower and inspire us, rather than those that limit or discourage us. We can also cultivate self-belief by surrounding ourselves with supportive and encouraging people who believe in our potential and cheer us on in pursuit of our goals. This might mean seeking out mentors, coaches, or accountability partners who can offer guidance and perspective, or building a community of like-minded individuals who share our values and aspirations. A success mindset is also characterized by a deep sense of purpose and meaning. This means having a clear understanding of why we do what we do, and how our goals and aspirations contribute to a larger vision of positive impact and change. It means aligning our actions and choices with our deepest values and convictions, and trusting that our efforts are making a meaningful difference in the world. To cultivate a sense of purpose, we need to take time to reflect on what truly matters to us, and what kind of impact we want to make in the world. This might mean exploring our passions and interests, and considering how we can use our unique talents and skills to make a positive difference in the lives of others. It might mean seeking out opportunities to serve and contribute to our communities, or advocating for causes and issues that align with our values. We can also cultivate a sense of purpose by staying connected to our own inner wisdom and intuition. This means learning to listen deeply to the still, small voice within us that guides us towards our highest potential and deepest fulfillment. It means trusting in the unfolding of our own unique journey, even when the path ahead is uncertain or unclear. Developing a success mindset is a lifelong practice, one that requires consistent effort and attention over time. It's not about achieving a particular outcome or reaching a specific destination, but rather about cultivating the inner qualities and resources that allow us to pursue our goals and aspirations with courage, resilience, and purpose. This means being willing to embrace discomfort and uncertainty as necessary parts of the growth process, and to view challenges and setbacks as opportunities for learning and development. It means cultivating a deep sense of self-awareness and self-reflection, and aligning our actions and choices with our deepest values and convictions. It also means surrounding ourselves with supportive and empowering influences, whether that's through mentors, coaches, or like-minded communities. We can seek out people and experiences that challenge us to grow and evolve, and that hold us accountable to our highest potential and aspirations. Developing a success mindset is not about achieving perfection or avoiding failure. but rather about cultivating the inner resources and resilience to navigate the ups and downs of the journey with grace and purpose. It's about learning to trust in our own capabilities and potential, even in the face of doubt or uncertainty, and to stay committed to our vision and values, even when the path ahead is challenging or unclear. When we approach life with a success mindset, we open ourselves up to a world of possibility and potential. We develop the courage and conviction to pursue our deepest dreams and aspirations, and to make a meaningful impact in the world around us. We inspire others with our dedication and determination, and we create ripple effects of positive change that extend far beyond ourselves. A success mindset is not a destination to be reached, but a way of being in the world that requires constant cultivation and attention. It's a commitment to our own growth and development, and to the larger vision of a world that works for everyone. It's a powerful reminder that our thoughts, beliefs, and attitudes shape our reality, and that we have the power to choose the mindset that empowers and inspires us. The invitation is clear. Will you choose to cultivate a success mindset in your own life and work? Will you embrace the challenges and opportunities of growth and transformation, and trust in your own capabilities and potential? Will you align your actions and choices with your deepest values and aspirations, and make a meaningful impact in the world around you? The path of developing a success mindset is one of courage, resilience, and purpose. It requires a willingness to step outside our comfort zones, to embrace discomfort and uncertainty, and to stay committed to our vision and values, even in the face of setbacks or challenges. But the rewards of this path are immeasurable. When we cultivate a success mindset, we tap into a deep well of inner strength and wisdom that allows us to navigate life's challenges with grace and purpose. We develop the resilience and adaptability to thrive in the face of change and uncertainty, and we inspire others with our dedication and determination. A success mindset is not just a personal practice, but a collective one, a way of creating a world that is more just, compassionate, and equitable for all. When we show up with a mindset of growth, possibility, and purpose, we contribute to a larger vision of positive change and transformation that extends far beyond ourselves. So take a moment to reflect on your own mindset and beliefs. What qualities and attitudes do you want to cultivate in yourself, in service of your highest goals and aspirations? What steps can you take today to align your actions and choices with those deeper truths? Know that the journey of developing a success mindset is one of constant learning, growth, and evolution. It's a path that requires patience, persistence, and a willingness to embrace the unknown. But it's also a path that leads to a life of greater meaning, fulfillment, and impact, a life that is truly worth living. Chapter 32. The Power of Community. No one achieves success alone. Behind every great leader, innovator, or changemaker, there is a network of supporters, mentors, and collaborators who have played a crucial role in their growth and development. These relationships provide not only practical guidance and resources, but also the emotional support and accountability that are essential for sustained motivation and progress. The power of community lies in its ability to amplify our own efforts and intentions, and to provide a sense of belonging and shared purpose that fuels our dedication and resilience. When we surround ourselves with others who share our values and aspirations, we tap into a collective energy and wisdom that is greater than the sum of its parts. We inspire and challenge each other to reach for higher goals and to persevere in the face of obstacles and setbacks. But the benefits of community go beyond just the practical and emotional support. Engaging with a diverse range of people and perspectives also expands our own knowledge, skills, and ways of thinking. It exposes us to new ideas and approaches that we might never have considered on our own, and challenges us to question our assumptions and blind spots. This is particularly true when we engage with communities that are different from our own, whether in terms of background, experience, or worldview. By seeking out and embracing diversity, we not only enrich our own understanding and empathy, but also contribute to a larger vision of a world that is more just, equitable, and inclusive for all. Of course, building and sustaining meaningful communities takes intentional effort and care. It requires us to show up with authenticity, vulnerability, and a willingness to both give and receive support. It means being proactive in seeking out the people and groups that align with our values and goals, and being willing to invest time and energy in nurturing those relationships over time. One powerful way to cultivate community is through the practice of mastermind groups or accountability partnerships. These are small, focused groups of individuals who come together regularly to share goals, challenges, and progress, and to offer each other feedback, encouragement, and support. By creating a structure of mutual accountability and investment, these groups can provide a powerful catalyst for personal and professional growth. To create a mastermind group or accountability partnership, start by identifying a few key people in your network who share your values and aspirations, and who you trust to show up with honesty, integrity, and commitment. Set clear expectations and guidelines around the purpose, format, and frequency of your meetings, and establish a culture of confidentiality, non-judgment, and mutual respect. During your meetings, take turns sharing your goals, challenges, and progress, and offer each other constructive feedback, resources, and encouragement. Celebrate each other's successes and milestones, and provide a safe space to process setbacks and obstacles. Most importantly, hold each other accountable to the commitments and actions that you've identified as essential for your growth and success. Another way to cultivate community is through volunteering, activism, or service work. By contributing our time, skills, and resources to causes and organizations that align with our values, we not only make a positive impact in the world, but also connect with others who share our passions and purpose. We expand our networks and perspectives, and develop a deeper sense of meaning and fulfillment in our lives and work. To find volunteer or service opportunities that resonate with you, start by reflecting on the issues and causes that you care about most deeply. What are the problems or injustices that move you to action? What are the skills, talents, or resources that you have to offer in service of positive change? From there, research organizations or initiatives in your local community or beyond that are working to address those issues, and reach out to learn more about how you can get involved. Look for opportunities that allow you to contribute in meaningful ways, while also connecting with others who share your commitment and dedication. As you engage with different communities and groups, pay attention to the qualities and dynamics that create a sense of belonging, trust, and mutual support. Notice the ways in which different people communicate, collaborate, and resolve conflicts, and reflect on what you can learn and apply in your own relationships and interactions. At the same time, be willing to set boundaries and prioritize your own well-being and growth. Not every community or group will be a good fit for your needs and goals, and it's important to be discerning about where you invest your time and energy. Trust your intuition and values to guide you towards the people and experiences that truly nourish and inspire you. Ultimately, the power of community lies in its ability to remind us that we are not alone in our struggles and aspirations. That there are others who see us, believe in us, and are willing to stand with us in pursuit of a better world. That our own efforts and intentions are part of a larger tapestry of change and transformation, one that is woven through the countless acts of courage, compassion, and connection that happen every day. When we cultivate and contribute to communities of shared purpose and values, we not only accelerate our own growth and impact, but also create ripple effects of positive change that extend far beyond ourselves. We become part of a larger story of human potential and progress, one that is grounded in the recognition of our interdependence and the power of our collective action. This is the invitation of community, to show up fully and authentically in service of something greater than ourselves, to embrace the diversity and wisdom of others, and to offer our own unique gifts and perspectives in return. To create spaces of belonging, support, and accountability that allow us all to thrive and grow together. As you reflect on your own journey of personal and professional growth, consider the role that community has played in your life so far. Who are the people and groups that have nurtured and challenged you to become your best self? What are the causes and values that inspire you to action and contribution? How can you deepen your own engagement with communities of shared purpose and passion? The answers to these questions will be different for everyone, but the underlying truth remains the same. We are stronger, wiser, and more capable together than we could ever be alone. By cultivating and contributing to communities of growth and impact, we not only transform our own lives, but also create a world that is more just, compassionate, and thriving for all. The path of community is not always easy or comfortable. It requires vulnerability, humility, and a willingness to step outside our comfort zones and embrace the unknown. But it is also a path of great joy, connection, and purpose, one that enriches and enlivens every aspect of our lives and work. As you continue on your own journey of growth and transformation, trust in the power of community to support and guide you along the way. Seek out the people and experiences that challenge you to grow and evolve, and offer your own unique gifts and perspectives in service of something greater than yourself. Know that every act of courage, compassion, and connection ripples out to touch the lives of countless others, creating a tapestry of positive change that extends far beyond what any of us can see or imagine. And never underestimate the power of your own presence and participation to make a difference in the world, one relationship and one community at a time. Chapter 33. Embracing lifelong learning. The ability to learn and adapt is not just a valuable skill, it's an essential one. The exponential pace of technological, social, and environmental shifts means that the knowledge and expertise that served us well yesterday may be obsolete tomorrow. To thrive in this context of ongoing disruption and transformation, we need to cultivate a mindset and practice of lifelong learning. Lifelong learning is about more than just acquiring new information or skills, though those are certainly important components. At its core, it's a way of being in the world that is characterized by curiosity, openness, and a willingness to question our assumptions and expand our understanding. It's a commitment to ongoing growth and development, not just in our professional lives, but in every aspect of our human experience. When we embrace lifelong learning, we recognize that our education and development don't end when we finish school or achieve a particular milestone or credential. Instead, we see every experience, every challenge, every interaction as an opportunity to learn and grow. We approach life with a beginner's mind, eager to discover new insights and perspectives that can enrich and transform our thinking. This mindset of continuous learning is particularly valuable in the context of personal and professional growth. In a rapidly changing economy and society, the skills and knowledge that are most in demand are often those that enable us to navigate complexity, solve problems creatively, and adapt to new circumstances and challenges. By committing to ongoing learning and development, we position ourselves to stay relevant, competitive, and engaged in our work and lives. But the benefits of lifelong learning go beyond just professional advancement or economic security. When we cultivate a love of learning for its own sake, we tap into a deep well of meaning, purpose, and fulfillment. We experience the joy of discovering new ideas and perspectives, of stretching beyond our comfort zones, and expanding our sense of what's possible. We develop a more nuanced and empathetic understanding of the world and our place in it. Embracing lifelong learning also helps us build resilience and adaptability in the face of change and uncertainty. When we're confident in our ability to learn and grow, we're less likely to be thrown off course by setbacks or challenges. We trust in our own capacity to acquire new skills, to pivot when necessary, and to find creative solutions to the problems we face. We develop a sense of agency and empowerment that allows us to navigate even the most complex and unpredictable circumstances. So what does it look like to put lifelong learning into practice? There are countless ways to engage in continuous growth and development, from formal education and training programs to informal learning opportunities in our daily lives and work. Here are a few strategies and practices to consider. Cultivate a growth mindset. One of the most important foundations of lifelong learning is a growth mindset, the belief that our abilities and intelligence are not fixed traits, but malleable qualities that can be developed through effort and practice. When we approach challenges and setbacks with a growth mindset, we're more likely to persist in the face of difficulty, to seek out feedback and guidance, and to view failures as opportunities for learning and improvement. To cultivate a growth mindset, start by paying attention to your self-talk and beliefs about your own abilities. When you encounter a challenge or setback, notice whether you tend to interpret it as a sign of your own inadequacy or as a chance to learn and grow. Practice reframing negative self-talk with more empowering and growth-oriented language, such as, "I'm not there yet, but I'm making progress," or "This is an opportunity to stretch myself and develop new skills." Seek out diverse perspectives and experiences. Another key aspect of lifelong learning is exposing ourselves to a wide range of ideas, perspectives, and experiences that challenge and expand our understanding of the world. This means stepping outside our comfort zones and engaging with people, ideas, and cultures that are different from our own. Look for opportunities to attend workshops, conferences, or events that expose you to new ways of thinking and doing. Join communities or groups that bring together people with diverse backgrounds and perspectives. Read books, articles, or blogs that challenge your assumptions and broaden your understanding of complex issues. Engage in conversations and debates with people who have different views and experiences than your own, and practice listening with curiosity and openness. Develop a learning plan. While informal learning opportunities are valuable, it can also be helpful to develop a more structured and intentional approach to ongoing growth and development. This might involve creating a learning plan that identifies the skills, knowledge, and experiences you want to acquire over a specific period of time. Start by reflecting on your goals and aspirations, both personally and professionally. What are the areas where you want to grow and develop? What are the skills or knowledge gaps that are holding you back or limiting your potential? From there, brainstorm a list of learning opportunities that align with your goals, such as courses, workshops, mentorship programs, or self-directed study. Be sure to break your learning plan down into manageable steps and milestones, and hold yourself accountable to making consistent progress over time. Celebrate your achievements and insights along the way, and use your learning experiences as a springboard for further growth and development. Embrace experimentation and risk-taking. Lifelong learning often involves stepping outside our comfort zones and trying new things, even when the outcome is uncertain or the risk of failure is high. This means cultivating a willingness to experiment, to take calculated risks, and to view setbacks as valuable learning opportunities. Look for ways to stretch yourself and test your assumptions in your daily life and work. Take on a project or responsibility that pushes you beyond your current skills or knowledge. Volunteer for a task or role that scares you a little bit. Propose a new idea or approach, even if you're not sure how it will be received. The more you practice taking risks and embracing uncertainty, the more comfortable and confident you'll become in navigating change and complexity. Create a learning culture. While personal commitment to lifelong learning is essential, it's also important to recognize that we don't learn and grow in isolation. The communities and environments we inhabit play a significant role in shaping our attitudes, beliefs, and behaviors around learning and development. As individuals, we can contribute to a culture of lifelong learning by modeling curiosity, openness, and a willingness to learn from others. We can seek out and create opportunities for shared learning and growth, whether through informal discussions, peer mentoring, or collaborative projects. We can advocate for policies, practices, and systems that prioritize ongoing learning and development, and that create equitable access to education and training for all. As leaders and influencers, we have an even greater responsibility to create and sustain a culture of lifelong learning within our organizations and communities. This means investing in the growth and development of others, providing opportunities for continuous learning and skill building, and recognizing and rewarding those who demonstrate a commitment to ongoing growth and improvement. Embracing lifelong learning is not a one-time event or a finite destination, but an ongoing practice and way of being in the world. It requires patience, persistence, and a willingness to embrace discomfort and uncertainty in service of growth and transformation. It means staying open and curious in the face of change and complexity, and trusting in our own capacity to learn, adapt, and evolve. The path of lifelong learning is not always easy or straightforward, but it is always worthwhile. Every new insight, every skill acquired, every perspective gained enriches and expands our understanding of ourselves and the world around us. Every risk taken, every challenge overcome, every failure learned from builds our resilience, adaptability, and sense of purpose. When we commit to lifelong learning, we not only transform our own lives, but also contribute to a larger culture of growth, innovation, and positive change. We become the kind of leaders, creators, and changemakers our world needs most, those who are willing to question the status quo, to seek out new and better ways of doing things, and to use their knowledge and skills in service of something greater than themselves. Lifelong learning is an invitation to show up fully and courageously in every aspect of our lives, and to trust in our own capacity for growth and transformation. It's a reminder that our potential is not fixed or finite, but an ever-unfolding journey of discovery, creativity, and contribution. Chapter 34. Putting it all together. Throughout the pages of this book, we've explored a wide range of strategies, mindsets, and practices for cultivating discipline and achieving success. From setting smart goals and mastering time management to overcoming fear and developing emotional intelligence, we've covered a lot of ground in our quest to engineer a life of purpose, fulfillment, and impact. But as valuable as each of these individual tools and techniques can be, the true power of the discipline blueprint lies in the way they work together as an integrated system. When we bring multiple habits, routines, and ways of thinking into alignment, we create a synergistic effect that amplifies our efforts and accelerates our progress. We develop a sense of momentum and flow that carries us forward, even in the face of challenges and setbacks. The key to putting it all together is to approach discipline not as a rigid set of rules or a one-size-fits-all formula, but as a dynamic and evolving practice that adapts to our unique goals, strengths, and circumstances. It's about developing a deep understanding of ourselves and the environments we operate in, and using that knowledge to craft a personalized system of habits and routines that supports our highest aspirations and values. One of the most important aspects of this process is identifying our core priorities and values. These are the guiding principles that shape our decisions, actions, and relationships, and provide a sense of meaning and purpose to our lives. When we're clear on what truly matters to us, we're better able to focus our time, energy, and attention on the activities and people that bring us the greatest fulfillment and impact. To identify your core priorities and values, start by reflecting on the experiences, relationships, and accomplishments that have brought you the greatest sense of joy, meaning, and fulfillment in your life so far. What are the common threads or themes that run through these peak moments? What qualities or characteristics do they reflect about your deepest desires and aspirations? From there, consider how you can align your daily habits, routines, and choices with these core priorities and values. This might involve setting boundaries around your time and energy, saying no to commitments or activities that don't serve your higher purpose, or investing in relationships and experiences that nourish your mind, body, and soul. It might mean creating rituals or practices that help you stay grounded in your values, such as daily meditation or journaling, or surrounding yourself with people who share your vision and support your growth. As you work to align your actions with your values, be patient and compassionate with yourself. Building new habits and breaking old patterns takes time and practice, and there will inevitably be moments of resistance, setback, and self-doubt along the way. The key is to approach the process with a spirit of curiosity and self-discovery, rather than judgment or perfectionism. Celebrate your progress and insights, no matter how small, and use your setbacks as opportunities for learning and course correction. Part of putting it all together is also recognizing that discipline is not a solitary pursuit, but a collective one. As much as we might like to believe that success is solely a function of our individual effort and willpower, the reality is that we are deeply interconnected with the people, communities, and systems around us. Our ability to thrive and make a positive impact depends not just on our own actions, but on the support, resources, and opportunities we have access to. That's why building strong relationships and networks is such a crucial component of the discipline blueprint. By surrounding ourselves with people who share our values, challenge our assumptions, and help us grow, we tap into a powerful source of motivation, accountability, and collective wisdom. We create a sense of belonging and shared purpose that sustains us through the ups and downs of the journey and amplifies our impact in ways we could never achieve alone. Building these relationships and networks takes intentional effort and care. It means being proactive in seeking out mentors, collaborators, and communities that align with our goals and values, and investing time and energy in nurturing those connections over time. It means being willing to listen deeply, share vulnerably, and support others in their own growth and development. It means approaching our interactions with a spirit of generosity, curiosity, and mutual respect, rather than competition or self-interest. As we deepen our relationships and expand our networks, we also develop a greater sense of perspective and resilience in the face of challenges and setbacks. We recognize that our struggles and doubts are not unique to us, but are a natural part of the human experience. We find comfort and inspiration in the stories and examples of others who have overcome similar obstacles and achieved great things. We develop a more expansive view of what's possible for ourselves and the world around us. Putting it all together is not a destination, but an ongoing practice of growth, learning, and self-discovery. It's about developing a deep understanding of ourselves and the environments we operate in, and using that knowledge to craft a personalized system of habits, routines, and relationships that supports our highest aspirations and values. It's about approaching discipline not as a rigid set of rules, but as a dynamic and evolving practice that adapts to our unique goals, strengths, and circumstances. As you work to integrate the various tools and techniques of the discipline blueprint into your own life and work, be willing to experiment and iterate over time. Notice what strategies and practices feel most natural and effective for you, and be open to letting go of those that no longer serve your growth and development. Trust your own intuition and inner wisdom to guide you towards the habits and routines that align with your deepest values and aspirations. Most importantly, don't wait for the perfect moment or the ideal circumstances to begin putting it all together. The journey of discipline and success is one of consistent, purposeful action in the face of uncertainty and discomfort. It's about showing up fully and wholeheartedly for the challenges and opportunities of each day, and trusting that every small step is moving you closer to the life and impact you desire. The discipline blueprint is not a magic formula or a quick fix, but a powerful framework for aligning your actions with your highest potential and purpose. By bringing together the various strategies and mindsets we've explored throughout this book, you develop the clarity, resilience, and adaptability to navigate even the most complex and uncertain circumstances with grace and grit. You tap into a deep well of inner wisdom and strength that allows you to pursue your dreams with passion, purpose, and perseverance. Putting it all together is a lifelong practice, but the rewards are immeasurable. Every habit cultivated, every relationship nurtured, every challenge overcome is a testament to your own capacity for growth, creativity, and impact. Every moment of alignment and flow is a reminder of the incredible potential that lies within you, waiting to be expressed and realized. As you continue on your own journey of discipline and success, know that you are never alone, that the path ahead is illuminated by the wisdom and example of countless others who have walked this road before you, and who continue to light the way for all who follow. That every step you take, every choice you make, every person you touch is a part of a larger web of connection and possibility, weaving together the threads of a more just, compassionate, and thriving world. The invitation is clear. to step fully into your own power and potential, and to use your unique gifts and talents in service of something greater than yourself. To approach each day with curiosity, courage, and conviction, knowing that your choices and actions matter more than you can possibly imagine. To trust in the unfolding of your own journey, and in the incredible resilience and creativity of the human spirit. Putting it all together is not about reaching some final destination or achieving some ultimate goal, but about embracing the ongoing practice of growth, learning, and self-discovery. It's about developing the discipline and resilience to pursue your dreams with passion and purpose, and the adaptability and creativity to navigate the twists and turns along the way. It's about aligning your actions with your deepest values and aspirations, and using your unique talents and experiences to make a positive impact in the world. The Discipline Blueprint is a powerful framework for engineering a life of success, fulfillment, and impact. By bringing together the strategies and mindsets we've explored throughout this book, you develop the clarity, focus, and resilience to achieve your goals and live your best life. You tap into a deep well of inner wisdom and strength that allows you to navigate challenges and opportunities with grace and purpose. The journey ahead is full of possibilities and potential, waiting to be discovered and realized. Trust in your own capacity for growth and transformation, and in the incredible power of disciplined, purposeful action to shape your reality and create the life you desire. The future is yours to create, one choice and one day at a time. Chapter 35. Your Disciplined Life. Throughout the pages of this book, we've explored the many facets of discipline and how they contribute to a life of purpose, fulfillment, and impact. We've examined the science and psychology behind habits, motivation, and resilience, and we've delved into practical strategies and techniques for setting goals, managing time, and overcoming obstacles. We've looked at the role of mindset, emotion, and relationships in shaping our behavior and outcomes, and we've considered how to cultivate the inner qualities and outer conditions that support our growth and success. At its heart, the Discipline Blueprint is about aligning our actions with our deepest values and aspirations. It's about developing the clarity, focus, and resilience to pursue our goals with passion and purpose, even in the face of challenges and setbacks. It's about creating a life that is rich in meaning, connection, and contribution, and that allows us to express our unique gifts and talents in service of something greater than ourselves. But discipline is not a one-time achievement or a static state of being. It's an ongoing practice and a way of life that requires constant attention, effort, and adaptation. Just as the world around us is always changing and evolving, so too must our approach to discipline be dynamic and responsive to new situations and demands. What works for us in one season of life may not serve us in another, and what feels meaningful and fulfilling today may lose its luster over time. That's why the true mark of a disciplined life is not perfection or unwavering consistency, but rather flexibility, resilience, and a commitment to lifelong learning and growth. It's about developing the self-awareness and adaptability to recognize when our habits and strategies are no longer serving us, and the courage and creativity to experiment with new approaches and ways of being. It's about cultivating a growth mindset that sees challenges and setbacks as opportunities for learning and development, rather than as threats to our identity or self-worth. A disciplined life is also one that is deeply connected to others and to the world around us. No matter how much personal mastery and self-control we develop, we are always part of a larger web of relationships and systems that shape our experiences and outcomes. By building strong, supportive relationships and contributing to the well-being of our communities and the planet, we create a sense of meaning and purpose that goes beyond our individual achievements and successes. We recognize that our own thriving is inextricably linked to the thriving of all life, and we use our discipline and agency to create positive change and impact in the world. As you reflect on your own journey of discipline and growth, consider how you can continue to deepen your practice and expand your impact over time. What are the areas of your life where you feel most aligned and fulfilled? And how can you build on those strengths and successes? What are the habits, relationships, or mindsets that are holding you back or draining your energy? And how can you let go of them or transform them into something more positive and productive? What are the causes, communities, or issues that you care about most deeply? And how can you use your discipline and leadership to make a meaningful difference in those areas? The answers to these questions will be different for everyone, but the underlying principles and practices of discipline remain the same. By setting clear, meaningful goals and breaking them down into manageable steps, we create a roadmap for our growth and development. By managing our time, energy, and attention with intention and purpose, we make space for the activities and relationships that matter most to us. By cultivating self-awareness, emotional intelligence, and a growth mindset, we develop the inner resources and resilience to navigate challenges and setbacks with grace and grit. And by building strong, supportive relationships and contributing to the well-being of others, we create a sense of connection and impact that sustains and enriches us over the long haul. The discipline blueprint is not a rigid formula or a one-size-fits-all approach to success and fulfillment. It's a framework and a set of tools that you can adapt and customize to your own unique goals, strengths, and circumstances. It's an invitation to take ownership of your life and your growth, and to use your discipline and agency to create the kind of world you want to live in. It's a reminder that you have the power and the potential to shape your reality and your future, one choice and one action at a time. As you embark on the next chapter of your own disciplined life, trust in the wisdom and resilience that you've cultivated through your practice and your experience. Know that you are never alone on this path, and that there are countless others who share your values and aspirations, and who are working alongside you to create a more just, compassionate, and sustainable world. Be willing to experiment, to take risks, and to learn from your failures and successes alike. And most of all, stay true to your deepest purpose and your highest vision of what's possible for yourself and for the world around you. The discipline blueprint is not a destination, but a journey of self-discovery, growth, and impact that unfolds over a lifetime. It's a call to show up fully and authentically in every moment and every encounter, and to use your unique gifts and talents to make a positive difference in the lives of others. It's a reminder that your choices and actions matter, and that every small step you take is part of a larger movement towards a more healthy, equitable, and thriving world for all. As you continue on your path of discipline and purpose, know that you are part of a global community of changemakers and visionaries who are working to create a better future for all. Know that your efforts and your example are making a difference, even when you can't see the immediate results or impact. And know that the discipline and resilience you cultivate through your practice will serve you well in every area of your life, from your relationships and your work to your health and your happiness. The world needs more disciplined, purposeful, and compassionate leaders like you. Leaders who are willing to do the hard work of personal and collective transformation, and who are committed to creating a world that works for everyone. Leaders who understand that true success and fulfillment come not from external achievements or accolades, but from living in alignment with our deepest values and aspirations, and from using our gifts and talents to make a positive impact on the world around us. The future is yours to create, one disciplined choice and one purposeful action at a time. May you have the courage, the clarity, and the conviction to pursue your highest vision and your deepest purpose, and to use your discipline and your leadership to create a better world for all. May you trust in the power of your own potential and the potential of those around you, and may you never lose sight of the incredible difference you can make, simply by showing up fully and authentically in every moment and every encounter. The discipline blueprint is your guide and your companion on this lifelong journey of growth, impact, and fulfillment. Use it well, adapt it to your own unique circumstances and goals, and share it with others who can benefit from its wisdom and its practical tools. And most of all, enjoy the ride, the challenges, the triumphs, the lessons, and the connections that make this disciplined life so rich, so rewarding, and so utterly worth living. Here's to your disciplined life, and to the incredible impact and fulfillment that await you on the path ahead. May you have the courage, the clarity, and the conviction to pursue your highest vision and your deepest purpose, and to use your discipline and your leadership to create a better world for all. The future is yours to create, one choice and one action at a time. This is just the beginning.